Two.
I guess there's more than a two now. Sir Owen Disney here, and this is yet another and the second Halloween Horror Nights Popcast. The first one with Toronto Josh from In the Loop did really well, and I'm going to be doing these on the regular now. I am not alone. Oh no, I'm joined by quite a cast of characters tonight. First joining me is... Yes, everybody's like speaking out of turn. It's awesome. All right. First joining me will end up being... the person that I hang out with quite a bit at Halloween Horror Nights this year, at least for the last couple days I'll be in for the first trip, and that is HHN Fan 16. Welcome, Tristan.
Hello. Well, thank you for having me. We've been talking about doing the live stream with you for a while, so I'm really stoked to be a part of your channel, and I'm really excited to talk about some Horror Nights. So, bam!
Absolutely.
And I had a clap. Did you hear that? Yes.
I heard the clap, yes. It's better to hear the clap than have the clap. There you go.
Perfect.
Joining me as well also is Alex. Alex Show Official.
You meant to say Aaron.
Oh, my mistake. Aaron. Aaron Show Official.
Perfect.
Welcome, Alex. Welcome to Pop.
Don't worry. It's going to be a fun night.
Yes, it is. Perfect. And joining us later will actually be a couple of special guests. They will be joining us. One of which is having an issue right now, and that's First Class Horror. He's trying to get involved right now, but he's having a problem with connection issues. But hopefully he'll be able to join us soon. And we have some other special guests to be joining us later on. But right now, I have one more special guest, and that is somebody that regular Popcast viewers know as a part of the wrestling podcast here on Pop, and that is Mr. Entertainment. Welcome, Aaron, to the Halloween Horror Nights Podcast.
Confused, but that's okay. Yeah, thank you for having me. It's been really fun talking about wrestling the past few days, but now we're going to talk about HHN. That's one of my other favorite stuff to talk about. So let's do this.
And hopefully we don't botch it.
All right. So before we get started, I did this with Toronto Josh, and obviously I know Tristan's background, and I know Alex's background. I'm going to do this with Aaron now. Oh. So, Aaron, can you tell me your Halloween Horror Nights background? How long have you been going to the event, favorite events, yada, yada, yada?
He's on the spot.
I did put him on the spot. You're correct.
Very much.
Are you referring to Aaron or Mr. Entertainment?
I'm referring to Aaron, Mr. Entertainment.
Okay, good. The names are confusing me.
I'll call him Aaron Show in this case.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And his name is spelled with one A, while my name is two A's.
Yes.
Like Aaron 1, Aaron 2.
Well, yeah, of course. My background with Halloween Horror Nights is that I've been going for 9 years. This would be the 10th year once 25th anniversary comes around.
Wow.
And I wanted to go in 2004, but I guess my dad at the time when I was younger, he didn't want me to go because it would be, too scary for me. And that was the last year they did it in 2 parks, or the only year they did it in 2 parks. So not really a high appointment, but then I started going in 2005, starting with the Storyteller. I had missed, obviously, several icons before they kind of reintroduced to them. Well, not reintroduced them. Kind of the final stretch of icons, Storyteller, and then I was there for Bloody Mary and the Usher. Then, of course, Jack the Clown coming back, which I didn't know from the past. So Sweet 16 was a good second year to be there because it was a complete throwback year. So I learned a lot more about the event's background history, especially with Sweet 16. Yeah, I'm very excited for this year. I wasn't, I thought I was going to be mixed about Jack the Clown coming back again, but, after reading the blog post that Mike did on the background of Jack the Clown, it kind of connects all the dots. It kind of makes sense to just bring him back, and, the tweets that Mike sent out as well, it only makes sense for him to come back and grab the event by its throat for the past 25 years. After 20 years of Fear with if you can even call Fear an icon. I don't really consider Fear an icon. Watching videos of that yesterday.
I count Lady Luck as an icon.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
Oh, here we go again.
I heard about the Lady Luck stuff on the Horror Nights up there, and I agree with that on a side note because Lady Luck there wasn't too much to Lady Luck. There was more to Bloody Mary than there was to Lady Luck.
Yeah.
I think as far as the story goes, but it just makes sense for Jack the Clown to come back, and also on the Horror Nights Updaters podcast was the idea that it could happen that all the icons can come back and be reintroduced, and Jack certainly looks different. He looks like a grandpa.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, the
Grandpa
wrinkles are
Jack.
settling in.
But a little off track. I do think I agree. What you said, and with the HNU and all that stuff is that icons can come back in the future. Definitely. I could Jack the Clown I think is just the beginning, and I definitely think we'll be seeing more icons in the future. Or it could be this year. Maybe other icons can be coming back this year, but I doubt it. But just to throw it out there.
I do see obviously, we are going to have the icons coming back this year, but I don't think they get their reboot until the next couple of years.
Yeah. But it's always nice to throw different ideas out there to keep the mind flowing.
Exactly. And real quick, before we go on to what we are here to talk about tonight,
sure.
Aaron, what are your least favorite and favorite houses you've ever been through?
When I was watching a video last night, I forgot what video it was. Oh, yeah, it was Mike going through a tour of the Hallowed Past haunted house.
I watched that the other day, too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I watched it a few days.
There was a part of it where there was like a homage to Dead Exposure. I don't know why they ever paid homage to Dead Exposure. That was my least favorite haunted house. It was just lighting and strobe and flashing, and I just didn't get it. I think I should get it, but I just don't. I mean, that year I just wasn't into it. And that was, that wasn't Reflections. No, it was Reflections.
Yeah, it was Bloody Mary in 18.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
That's Vic's favorite house of that year. As we found out the last time we had podcast.
I just don't understand how it could be anyone's favorite house. I mean, everyone's entitled to their own opinions, yeah, but just, to me it just seemed like, it wasn't clicking with me. It didn't really scare me. I just had to keep my eyes closed all the time. Too much flashing.
Somebody in the chat said, Fear is an icon, but Lady Luck is not. Perfect.
And Vic is in the chat, and he said, "Oh, hell no." Here we go again.
Whoops.
Perfect.
But the other answer, the best haunted house I've been through was that's kind of hard to, because there's been a lot of good ones. I guess I would have to go after last year of one of those houses, probably Halloween.
Good choice.
That's a great choice. For 9 years, that's your favorite house overall?
No, there's others, but just, because like I said, there's been a lot of good ones, so I'm just like randomly picking one. It would be Halloween, because, the fact that I went to the event 3 times last year, all, like, 2 was free, and then 1 was, like, I paid. Don't ask how I got in for free the other times. But I went through that house every time. So yeah, that house was my favorite for last year. Maybe not overall, but for last year it was.
It's kind of like it's kind of a hard question, It's kind of like, who do you love more, your mom or your dad type question, It's like you have so many you have so many perfect options to choose from, but you just don't know what to choose. But yeah, I definitely it's kind of a hard question to answer for sure.
Yeah.
See, this is the reason why I cannot answer this question, because I do not think I've been enough years to fully answer it yet.
That's understandable.
True. I mean, because for Hollywood, I didn't get to go during the early years, the prime years, I guess you could call it. I started in 2010, so I didn't get to experience anything, obviously in the past. So I can't say anything for Halloween, the old Texas Chainsaw Massacres and things on those lines. So I agree with Owen. It's kind of hard, when you haven't experienced the whole event for a long period of time. This will technically be my 5th year attending. So.
I agree that too, because I was originally supposed to go in 2007, 2008, but I was scared shitless about that event.
I considered Carnival of Carnage season. I could totally understand why you would be scared of that.
Especially because of Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Right.
And the first year I went through was 2010. So technically, I don't exactly have a list of favorite houses, but I can at least say one.
Okay.
And it's been pretty much kind of controversial, but just I would have gone with stuff like Silent Hill or the 2012 Walking Dead from the first one.
Yeah, 2012 Walking Dead for me, but I guess Owen already knows our backgrounds, so.
Yep.
But,
yeah, that's there.
Yeah, but I just wanted to throw that out there because I agree with what Owen said. It's kind of hard to choose, who do you love more, your mom or dad type thing. So.
Yeah. Or your favorite baby sister or brother.
Right? It's just one of those questions. It's just dude, really? So, but yeah, that's awesome. I wish I could have got to experience Halloween for sure.
Give it time. In a couple years, I'm sure you will.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we have a couple things that were in the chat room right now. Chris says a house can be your favorite for different reasons, which is very true.
Mm-hmm.
And Vic says Crypt Keeper's Dungeon of Terror in 1995 was awesome. They had people under the beds grabbing at your feet.
Oh no, I'd be kicking someone.
Dude, how old is Vic? Holy crap!
Vic has been going to the event for quite a while.
Gosh, he almost looks as old as Jack is.
Emperor Sephiroth said Screamhouse 2002 was his favorite.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, it looked great. I really wanted to experience it, and I'm glad to be able to see Albert Kane at the event this year. I'm sure we will.
Yeah.
If we'll get to it when we get to it, but just well, never mind. I'll talk about it later.
It sounds good. I'm 28. Are you sure it's not 82, Vic? Gosh.
Your time has come, Vic.
To put it in perspective, Vic is just a little bit younger than I am.
Sounds good.
And he's had the advantage of being able to go to the event a lot longer than I have, and a lot of people I'm sure in the chat have gone to the event a lot longer than I have.
This will be my first time going to Orlando, so hey.
Yeah,
wow.
We will talk about that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so basically when we did the Horror Nights Updaters podcast, when Tristan and I were a part of it, we were basically talking a lot about Jack.
Mm-hmm.
And we brought up the crack thing and the fact
that was too funny. I was cracking up the whole time. This podcast is awesome. I was listening to it before we went live.
Owen, I'm sorry about that meme. I just had to do it.
I know.
I just had to do it. I was I just have to.
And I threw the Dean Ambrose one back at you, so
I
we're
saw
good.
it. I was oh, dang it.
I feel you did smoke some pot before.
Gosh, I just had to do it. It was funny.
Hey, just wait for Walking Dead to officially be announced for this year. I'll bring the Wade Barrett meme back and take everybody off again.
If The Walking Dead returns this year and I'm on this podcast again, which I know I will.
You will be.
I'm already having fun. I will have no comment on The Walking Dead coming back.
So what? You'll just come in and it'll be quiet?
I'll just be quiet. I'll be no, you can skip me. I'm keeping my thoughts together.
Hey, we are letting anybody say whatever they want tonight, so I mean.
Sounds good.
That may have sealed this deal for everybody right here, but still. Okay, I will say, we made the jokes, a billion jokes, literally a billion jokes about Jack looking like he's on crack and smoking crack in the lantern. And then I said that Jack looked, when I saw the silhouette, I thought he looked like a pirate.
That was funny. I started tired.
Yeah,
Kyle said he's got Edge's jacket.
I didn't notice that until you when you said that. I haven't watched the video again. I mean, I've only watched the video like 10 times already. I don't know why I'm watching a 30-second video like 10 times.
Only 10 times, man. You get with the program. We've all watched at least 100 by now.
I bet.
You're on my level. I've seen it 1,000. Gosh.
There's just something about that video. But yeah, when I watch it back, or I remember watching it back, it definitely looks like oh, it's Johnny Depp.
I might work to watch it.
I just love it when people spot something out, and then that's all you see every time you see that thing. That's all you see, and that's all you think about, and that's every time I watch that trailer of Jack the Clown, I just think of a pirate. Every time. I'm just like, gosh, dang it. You just ruined the Jack moment.
When he comes out of view, and when you can see the silhouette of his hair, and then you see the jacket underneath, he really does look like a pirate cap.
Yeah, it does.
And that's no disrespect, he just looks like a pirate.
Oh,
I sincerely thought more of a nurse.
His jacket though. See, Psycho Massacre Films kind of brought that up, or who was it that brought that up? Kind of like
I think it was Psycho.
That it kind of reminded him of like a nurse type of a jacket, kind of maybe an asylum type of deal. I don't know if that was Aaron that mentioned it or John. I'm not really too sure.
I think it was Aaron.
Yeah.
Which Aaron?
Yeah. I knew Alex would say, yeah, Aaron.
Aaron, that's right now stuck in Universal.
But yeah.
I don't know. Am I the only one that wanted the video to be longer or wanted Jack to say something else than 3 words?
Perfect teaser, though. It was a great
it was a great teaser because it wants me to have like more, and I know we're going to get more because Mike said we're in I guess reveal season. So
yes,
I guess
are.
it's going to be a different lead into to the event this year because everything's going to be revealed over time instead of just one date.
Mm.
Yeah. No, absolutely, and I think that was the perfect tease. I just think it was awesome.
It was effective.
No, it definitely was because it's exact. The response was exactly what they want. You want more, and that's exactly what everybody wants. And they're just like more. So we want to know what's going to happen with Jack, and we want to see what's going to happen in the future. Obviously, time will tell. But I think that was a very, very effective teaser for sure. Absolutely.
And everybody seemed to immediately fall in love with the new logo.
Oh, yes.
I love the freaking logo.
Yes.
The logo is phenomenal.
No, it was really cool, and there's just it's going to be a great year.
I'm really excited to see what Jack has conjured up ever since the 5-year period.
Yeah,
I agree with the statement in the chat room, though.
Let's see.
Chris said it looks like a red straitjacket.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it's a very very involved costume. I like it.
Yeah.
That's what that was a point that I made just a few seconds ago that it could be like something with like an asylum or something.
Vic brings up Dante from Devil May Cry. and Kyle brought up Edge. I got that vibe too.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Well, either way, I definitely am digging freaking Jack's new look. I think
totally.
I think it's awesome, and I think and it makes sense. Over the years that we haven't seen Jack, and I expect when something returns, the person's going to look different. So
yeah, totally.
So I think it's awesome. Absolutely.
It's one of those.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
It's one thing because we had a reveal of Jack after the event was over last year.
Correct.
And no one remembered that.
Yeah, it's like wrestling fans. You're not supposed to remember that happened.
I mean, that was. I mean, we kind of already saw this one coming, anyways. We kind of thought Jack would be coming back last year, which didn't happen.
Yeah.
And then they did this whole big thank you video for 2014. And then we did the tease of Jack again. So, I mean, we knew Jack was coming back, but we just didn't know exactly when they were going to officially announce it. Now, I think, though, I mean, technically they did officially announce it with that video, but they really didn't at the same time, They didn't put it on their official Twitter account or their official Facebook or whatever saying Jack is back. We specifically did not hear Mike Aiello himself say Jack is back, until that time. So I think, bringing him back, I just think that's awesome.
Do you guys think this is going to be like a reboot?
A reboot for Jack?
For Horror Nights lore?
I believe, if I remember correctly, Tristan, I said this on the HNU podcast, and I'm going to say it again.
Sure.
I think Jack is setting up a test run for the return of icons.
Absolutely.
I think every year from now on until the 30th, we're going to get a new version of an older icon that is beloved. Yeah,
director.
I said that.
He moves to an HD camera, the director.
The Usher's wearing a polo shirt with the Universal logo on it. Universal Palace Theater logo on it.
I just could not. I laughed so hard in the HNU podcast.
It'll be a modern age librarian.
Well, because I think the storyteller, they could do a lot with her look. Like her teeth could fall out.
I think she'll be younger. I think she found the fountain of youth, and now she's like, she now has a different visage. Now she.
I actually believe that too.
I think it would be really cool because you could do so much of like background history on that icon and make a huge story. I think you can make the fans of Horror Nights like just geek out pretty much.
Totally.
I think that's awesome, and so I can see something on those lines.
And then we cut it off.
Yeah.
We cut it off at the 30th, and on the 30th, we find out that there is a brand new icon that not Fear, but this person has been in charge the whole time and is over everybody and has been over everybody since day one, except no one knew it.
And the one character that's been kind of assumed due to the supposed prophecy, her.
Yep.
So I mean, there's so much you can work with. Like, just you could do so much with the icons for sure. So much story, so much history that you can work with. And I think, definitely as time goes on, we're definitely going to learn more about icons and see what their story is.
I'm really interested in the next few years, especially with
I think the 25th anniversary. I think it's awesome to bring Jack. Bring him back. I think ultimately that's the best year to bring him back.
Yeah.
But bringing back other icons, in the next years, I think would be awesome, and I think it would be really cool to see different looks and different stories behind the icon that will be featured at the event.
And if it's the case, 26, I think it's going to be a 2-icon with Cindy and the director. New looks and new treatment.
I think Caretakers is going to be the icon for 26.
I think there's going to be a sub-icon, and that's going to be Cindy. You think about it would make sense in the long run.
Make the storyteller younger and blonde.
I do admit, though, that's a nice idea about Fountain of Youth.
Yeah.
And you can play it in a story too.
And you can have like some sort of urban legend house on Fountain of Youth and its defects.
There's so much you could work with icons. Like, once you think of like an idea, it opens up so many doors to other things. So I think, Jack is going to have, a little off track of the topic that I was about to say, but I think Jack is going to offer a lot more than what we're expecting this year.
Which is why I'm actually hesitating towards the icon house that was far rumored.
Yeah, like, I'm wondering, if Jack is going to have way more than what we're expecting, and I think it could be less too. It could be more, it could be less, we don't really know, but, I think Jack himself is going to offer a lot more to the guests than what we're thinking.
He's going to have his hands in everything.
Yeah, I
Which makes me think, how the hell did he get out of the cage?
We're not supposed to know how he got out of the lantern. I think we're supposed to forget.
Yeah, but still, you're dealing with the fact of you can't forget history.
Yes, you can. They want you to every day.
True. Especially if the Legendary True comes back in the next few years, I'll have some questions.
He just broke out, dude. He just was like, you know what? They voted him out and they kicked him out. That's it.
Because Jack's cool like that. Jack's a boss.
It was a security guard that just like, hey, I'm just gonna open this lantern for no
You know
reason.
what, dude? The boss of Icons could have kicked him out. All right, it's just like, you know what? We had it with your attitude, Jack.
We're
Get
done
out
with
of
you.
here.
You've been voted off the island.
now he's pissed off. So now he's gonna torture everybody at Halloween Horror Nights. Sounds good.
Maybe Tara Quinn realized she smoked too much bud and just like, fuck you. And it's like,
I've said this since day one. I think there's more to Meets the Eye to Chance. I think Chance is a lot more than people think she is. I don't think she's just eye candy. I don't think she's just on the arm of Jack. I don't think she's anything like that. I think she's so much more than that, and I think they're going to flesh out that backstory, and I think she's going to be very major in the next few years.
Could she have a role this year?
Yes.
What I was thinking, though, with the rumor of the Run House, with Eddie and all that, do you think that could still play in toll with Jack coming back this year?
Maybe.
I don't even know if Eddie's would be in the Run House at this point. It could be anyone's guess. That if it happens, I would think that it's not a guarantee we're going to see him in there.
True.
And on top of all that, I'm going to go back to Chance. She's basically the Harley Quinn of Horror Nights.
That's exactly what she is, and that's why I said, just like with Harleen Quinzel, there's a lot more to Chance than meets the eye, and I think she may actually be the real brains behind the operation.
I agree, because the fact of the matter, even in the DC Comics, Harley is not dumb.
No.
Far from it. She's a psychopath.
Wait, she's not dumb? I'm just kidding.
She's a true smart psychopath, and I think Chance could have this real feeling of, hey.
Yeah, kind of deceiving it. You think this person's like, oh, just, harmless or whatever, and then the moment you realize that this person's way more evil than your picture.
She has killed, who was that, in 2007 with a chainsaw?
Yeah.
She killed a cast member of High School Musical, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's cool.
I remember that. That was a great joke that year because I was like so into High School Musical. So like I wasn't even like a fanboy of High School Musical at that point. I just liked the film. So when they made that joke, I was like, oh, it was like a low blow or anything. I just thought it was hilarious.
I love that when you're like the only one laughing because you actually get it.
Yeah,
like,
and then everybody else is like,
it wasn't that funny, dude.
Damn. Yeah.
It wasn't that funny, man. Like, why are you laughing?
I honestly hope when they do like that show that hopefully is like a Carnival or Carnage.
So Chris says he's leaning towards the run. The run ran by Chance with the chainsaw clowns in it.
That could be very interesting.
I will say right now that there was a picture that was posted today. I saw it on Facebook. Actually, I think it was on John's Twitter feed, and there is a sign that is visible. It's not really readable, but it is visible that is hanging in the disaster extended queue. So I'm going to guess that's going to be like maybe the instructions for Run.
What? A sign?
There is a sign that is visible in the disaster
Look what I'm
extended queue.
doing.
You
I'm going
can't
to
read
Twitter.
it, though.
I'm going to Twitter feed. I'm going to Twatter. Give me a second.
Oh, boy. I can't read it, but I mean, it is there.
I don't know. I have hawk vision. Let's see if I can read it. Just kidding. You said this is on John's.
Yeah, there was a person on Twitter named Carter_Ruble3 who posted it, and John linked it there.
Okay, cool.
You can barely see it. You can see part of it, but I can't really get close enough to actually figure out what it says.
Is it Brian Carter?
No, it's not Brian Carter. Yeah, it's not Brian Carter. It's another guy.
And I accidentally crashed, so sorry about that.
No, there's a picture. I can't really see what it says, but it does. I'm trying to, and you can't really see it because I can't make the image bigger. Anybody that's in the chat right now, if you can make the image bigger, please let me know.
Yeah.
Try to find it for us, please. That'd be very helpful.
Vic says it may just be part of disaster. I can't really tell because I've never been in that overflow queue before.
It's not a disaster.
Okay, HHN Construction, there's a sign up that could leak. Okay, so I see it.
And this will be, like Chris said, it is true. This will be the last disaster queue house we'll ever see at Horror Nights.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but really, it all makes sense in the long run.
Well, considering,
That's cool.
yeah, but I mean, honestly, I know a lot of people are either one way or another. They either really like the disaster houses, but most people don't like the disaster houses. There are exceptions that everybody seems to enjoy, but by and large, most people don't seem to like houses that are in that queue.
Like last year with Giggles and Gore.
No, I love that house, and it was my number 2 of last year, actually. I'm referring to Havoc Derailed. I know a lot of people didn't like that house.
Well, no, that house was, way too loud.
Way too loud. That's the Dogs of War. They're supposed to be loud.
Yeah, no, I know that, but it was way too loud, and maybe that is a way to disorient you. Like, once I went through that house a couple times, because again, that year I went to the advanced screening, then I went to the event 1 or 2 more times, and the second time I was like, okay, I got it. It's supposed to disorient you. And a couple of my friends who went to Halloween, I convinced them to go to Halloween Horror Nights last year for the first time ever, and they had fun. They can't wait to go again this year. They're excited because they just started going, so they have no clue who the hell Jack the Clown is, and so they're excited. So they no clue what he is, who he is and whatnot.
Yeah.
And they didn't like Giggles and Gore. They thought I over talked about it and it was overhyped. They did not like it at all.
Some people didn't like it, but I know
Yeah.
by and large it seems like most people did.
Do you think that was a house that could that was like leaning towards, since those clowns had more of like a sadistic twisted look, was Jack the Clown somehow tied into that house or no?
In the original, yes, he was, but apparently they decided against it at the last minute. There are
Exactly, I
pieces
remember.
of Jack in that house.
Right.
Really
Okay,
obvious pieces of Jack in that house.
I found that photo, and
Okay.
I think it says alive with my something.
Alive?
Yeah.
I can't find it anywhere else in order to like
I'll
make it bigger, so
I'll message you.
that'll work. Okay, so couple things in the chat real quick. I need to bring this up, and I'll say this. Vic says Leave It to Cleaver was his favorite disaster house. And also said that Havoc, the original Havoc, Dogs of War in 2010, was a lot better, and Chris agreed with that statement. I think we've covered the chat room now.
Cool.
We have. Okay, good.
So it
Keep
looks
them
like
coming, guys.
it looks like my Hawk vision is not superior right now. I can't read it, dude. I just can't read it.
I can see it sort of, but I don't think that's the same fonts as used for the disaster queue.
I just can't read it. It's too blurry.
I do see a live section with my something that's blocked out. So maybe a live my
What house is supposed to be rumored to go in the disaster?
run.
Run.
Oh, okay.
Which I would be surprised if it's wrong.
Wow, did they already are starting construction that fast? Holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, it's only May 22nd.
Freaking Hollywood needs to get on Orlando's level. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Here comes Tristan bashing Hollywood again.
Dude, I just...
Sometimes,
Look,
well, you've been to Halloween Horrors in Hollywood, but
Yeah.
like from the videos that I've seen on YouTube, it just seems more scarier than Orlando. But of course, they have less houses, which I don't
See,
get.
but the thing is it goes, I watch Orlando's videos, and it looks
Right.
so much more better than Hollywood. So I guess it kind of goes both ways, because
Yeah.
if you've never experienced something and you're used to something, like, I'm used to going to Hollywood, used to how the content-wise and how everything's set up. Going to Orlando, it's going to be a complete culture shock, to be honest. I'm going to be like, whoa, this is going to be awesome, and I'm afraid I'm going to be addicted because it's going to be a very expensive hobby.
Not when you're splitting the hotel room 3 ways.
Truth, but still.
By the way, there's no comments so far on the hashtag HHN Popcast, so please try it. Send out some questions.
Send it.
If you're not in the chat and you're not able to get to the chat, it's hashtag HHN Popcast. Yes, exactly.
Send it.
Send messages.
But for Hollywood, like, it was weird because last year when I was filming construction, the construction would like pick up, and then weeks it would just stay the same. And obviously you can't see inside, so you don't know what's going on inside. But as walls wise and like dressing for the property that's going to be there, it would just take weeks, and it was just like, what's going on here? And then, of course, once the event gets closer, it just picks up really quickly. Is that the same for Orlando? Do you guys, if you've seen construction at all, like, is that the same?
Some places.
I mean, it sometimes, but it really progresses really quickly, though. I mean, that's with everything Universal does.
Yeah, I mean, because I know, like, a lot of, you can't really see, like, in the soundstage mazes, obviously, but, like, on the tents and,
No, not really, unless you're at one of the, at that rear exit of the Simpsons, right?
So, are the tents really blocked off as well, so you can't really see them?
There's like some like pictures that I've seen. There's like a lot of trees, but sometimes you can like.
There's some visibility to it.
Honestly, all Hollywood mazes are visible. The only one you can't see is obviously in the soundstage. You can see everything else. You can see everything. So.
Well, soundstage 747 and Left from Dusk Till Dawn area.
No, you can see that. That's easy.
Well, barely. It depends.
I don't know, dude.
It depends on your freaking tram route.
But no, the overlook that you could see the New York Metro sets aboarding the studio tour. You just look over and you see like the whole backlot, and you just look over to the right and you see a little house right there. There you go.
We may or may not have confirmation from the chat for this being. Vic says he found a construction picture from 2012 with the same sign, and it may just be disaster.
Okay.
Maybe.
But it is interesting to throw it out there because you never know.
Yeah, it's always.
So, yeah, maybe.
I mean, it makes sense, you know, of what Vic was saying, though, but.
Yeah, and if there's any sort of rules for the run experience, I'm positive that Chris is right. They're going to be right in front of the facade.
Yeah.
True. But.
Well, it's going to be a capacity.
What happens if rules change as you progress through?
That's a possibility, actually. Yeah, and Chris is right. In Orlando, all you can really see is the tents, but like Alex said, when it comes down to it, it's only if you're pretty much leaving Simpson.
Okay.
Only
and
the black side.
Yeah, because in Hollywood, it's so easy. Like, that's how we could tell, like, for example, how American Werewolf in London was pretty much a given before even anything was set. You know, just based on the facade, it's like, all right, that's American Werewolf. That was easy.
Yeah, we could tell, too, in all the pictures.
Yeah, I mean, it was easy. And, but yeah.
And then the Walking Dead facade was just, like, straight up the same thing as it was last.
Oh, yeah, no, I saw that, and I was just like, really? Well, that's cool. But, yeah, perfect. Yeah, I just wish you could see inside the soundstage, because I think it would be super cool to, like, see how the soundstage is actually built. Like, I think that's what I like about construction, is seeing how the project starts from just like little small sector and then just becomes this massive, you know, house that everybody gets to experience. So I would love to see how the soundstage mazes are built. I think it'd be awesome. And
speaking of soundstage houses, maybe we should talk about what's up next.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
I'll let you. Yeah.
All right. So it is confirmed. I'm looking at the picture now, and they are rules I would say to live by from the master himself, Frank Kincaid.
So it does.
There's a picture on Party Through the Parks, and actually it says Frank Kincaid's name at the bottom of it. So yeah.
Messaging me that.
Yeah, hold on. I have to.
Or you could be awesome and just search it up.
Yeah, we're posted. We're not allowed to post things in the chat, from what I'm seeing.
Well, message.
I'll get you in a minute. No worries. All right, so we're basically in agreement that Jack coming back is the right thing to do, and all enjoy his new look.
Yes.
Yep, and I can't wait to see him smoking some bud.
I don't necessarily know if we're going there, but
I don't know.
Oh wow! Oh,
come on.
I was laughing earlier because I saw the picture. I think on your Twitter HHN fanboy, and it said he wants some Jack Crack.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about that because we were making fun of Oliver the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, it did seem a while, but I was just laughing the whole time.
I was like,
I was never annoyed by it.
I had to freaking do it. I was like, after this live stream, I'm gonna make a freaking meme. I'm gonna do it.
You should literally ask Jack the Clown at the event.
Dude, if I see it, I'm gonna be like, dude, don't you know me? I'm the one that said you have crack. You better have it.
And from his jacket, he pulls out the white bag.
Yeah, dude, I'm like, you better live up the hype, otherwise Vic will kill you.
Oh my goodness.
We're not gonna throw people under the bus.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. And Vic's already starting. All right. So. Yeah, that's funny, Vic. Good, really funny. Okay, let's talk about.
I think it's so funny.
As I sit here just shaking my head and apparently drinking my frozen lemonade till the end of time, according to the picture, which is from Halloween Horror Nights, by the way. So you can notice my lanyard and my Penn and Teller shirt from 2012. So let's talk about another big rumor right now, and that is the location of the ninth house.
Perfect.
Let's start with the actual timeline here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll start with the fact that we found out there was a possibility we were going to get 9 or 10 houses this year.
Right.
The 10th house seems like it went bye-bye,
mm-hmm.
so they could focus on I'm guessing the scare zones, because it sounds like we're going to have really immersive stuff this year.
Well, I think it's awesome if they're going to focus on the scare zones, because ultimately I understand, like, you go to Horror Nights to experience the houses, but the scare zones as well need to be very effective, because that's the only time where you're technically, you know, you're not, I guess you could say that, but that's where, like, Hollywood, for example, I'm just using this as an example, the only scare zone, that, in my opinion, that's effective is on New York Street. Not New York Metro sets in the back lot, but New York Street, the main street, because that's where the Purge was and all that stuff. And I think that's the only place where you're kind of, you know, not safe. But everywhere else, it's kind of like a dead zone. You're not really being affected by everywhere. So if that's the case, Orlando's focusing on the zones, I think it will be awesome.
And also with the roaming hordes.
Yes, because I think scare zones are crucial. I think they're underestimated, but I think they have a huge, portion of how well the event will turn out. That's just my opinion. Yes, the houses are the majority of that, but the scare zones need to be effective as well.
Yeah, no, the scare zones have potential.
And
I think, when people were shocked by how they were perceived and how they operated Carnage, people lost hope immediately. Mm-hmm. It regained hope for 18. They did a pretty good job bringing it back strong, full force for the 18th year, and then so forth.
Okay. I mean, I'm just really hoping, obviously by what we know about the zones, that, I definitely think, what, Owen just mentioned is, like, I think they might be focusing on the scare zones a little bit more. Because it is the 25th anniversary, and I think, that Tristan will love our zones. Yes, I will.
Yeah, you definitely will, without a doubt.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say anything for Orlando, and I'm just super excited to go to Orlando for sure. But, just based off the experiences of, like, Hollywood and things like that, you have
a lot more to look up to.
Yeah, absolutely. So
yeah, and plus, from the videos I saw on YouTube about the scare zones out in Hollywood, they seem to be very in the open.
Yeah, I mean, the only really good scare zones that I would say that usually are good are going to be the one on, New York Street, like I mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much the only good one, because that's where the opening ceremony is, so that's kind of like the main focus, because that's the first thing the guests see,
Right.
So...
And their ceremonies, I will say about their ceremonies, they're actually better than Orlando's.
I would agree.
I just don't
Now.
think Orlando could do what Hollywood does.
I don't think they could because, like, that would be like it. Just see every time I watch the scaremonies, I'm like, how do they have a herd of people running into the park and nobody like trips? I'm sure they do.
No,
You just
they do.
Don't
You
catch
just
it on
don't.
camera.
No, you just don't see them because they're
Yeah.
murdered. They're murdered on the streets. So it's good. They
But
probably
seriously,
think, they
no,
probably
he's
think
not
it's a
kidding.
prop. They probably think it's a prop. All right. They're probably like, oh, look at this. Wow, it fits so perfect. Wow, that looks really real. Wow, they really outdid themselves this year. But
now,
all jokes aside, though,
all Halloween Horror Nights.
all jokes aside, though, it's very chaos on the opening ceremony for sure. But I think it's something that I always look forward to every year attending because it's that burst of like energy you just get right when the fire goes. You're just running for your life to the maze that you want to hit or house you want to hit. So
yeah, I mean, like me and Orlando on the
it
other side.
really just sets you in the mood that Horror Nights is
goosebumps.
here, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's super chaos, absolutely.
Yeah, let's not talk about the Metro sets.
For Hollywood, or well, I think we're
Hollywood.
focusing on Orlando.
Well, I mean, just like
Hollywood, of course, Hollywood has the Metro set. I was like, wait, Hollywood or Orlando? Man.
I was just like saying how chaotic it really is.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, we could get to that a little bit later. I mean, whatever Owen wants to talk about, let's hit those topics that you want to
Yeah,
talk
we
about.
can discuss Hollywood a little bit later. That's fine.
Yeah,
No
that's
worries.
good. That's good with me.
All right. So as we progress, and as always, you can take everything with a grain of salt.
Yep.
The fact that we lost the potential 10th house because of scare zones, that's my guess. I don't know for sure. But I'm going to guess that there's going to be a lot more like immersive scare zones this year, and it sounds like if anything is correct of what has been rumored, that is exactly what we're going to get.
Yep.
I'm
So-
really interested.
Same here.
Sorry.
I'm sure all of us are.
I mean, because if this is
I'm
the
really
case, if this is the case, is this going to be the most scare actors in Halloween Horror Nights history as scare zone wise? If that's the case,
I can see that.
Yeah.
or what? Because I mean, you have to think too. Because if they cut down the 10th house, that allows a little bit more money to hire more scare actors. That could put more detail in the scare zones or make them more immersive, more expand them or whatever. So it makes sense to me because obviously with the rumor that we're not getting, Rocky Horror Picture Show this year,
Mhm.
that kind of I guess can enlighten some things.
But then again, I mean, if rumors are to be believed, that 10th house was going to be an upcharge anyway, so not everybody would have went for it.
True. I mean, it's kind of a risk, if you're really putting, you're putting something out there, and you don't know if people are going to do it. You may get like a couple crazy nuts to go, and it's like, hey, you go ahead and go do it. But not everybody will do it, and they might lose out on Monday. Monday. Monday's out on.
Hey, you want to get money on the Bobby?
Dude, I guess I'm from Jamaica now. All right, so they might lose out on that. So I mean, that makes sense. That just funding wise, it just didn't work out. Makes sense to me.
That's basically all speculation. Obviously, we don't know any of this. We're just basing it on what was rumored, and this is all just rumors.
We're basing it off of what we have at the table at the moment. So.
Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing about, budget-wise. I think they were struggling budget-wise for, I guess, the only year it seemed like it, because they got rid of scare zones, was 17. Or maybe they were just trying something different.
Well,
because
wasn't supposed to do
16, they kind of, it seemed like they spent a lot of stuff, because that was like the most shows they ever had. I missed that because of that. Another thing is that 17 is the year that they introduced Rocky Horror Picture Show. I was kind of shocked that they don't have it this year, because if this year is going to be somewhat of a darker carnival, a carnival of carnage, you could bring back Rocky Horror Picture Show, because there is a fan base there for that, obviously. And the cast has been talented. I mean, the cast is terrific.
Yeah,
from what I've seen, yes, I completely agree. So, I mean, it is rumor. We don't know officially. I mean, you got to take things like Owen mentioned. Take things with a grain of salt. Right. Yes, it has been at the table that Rocky Horror Picture Show may not return this year, but it's the key word may not. It's rumor, so we don't know exactly. But sometimes with rumors, there's always truth behind it. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
why you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Yep.
And with the
And
Jack getting his own show, that really makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, with Jack coming, I'm assuming the event's going to be Jack heavy. I mean, obviously, that's the very first thing they announced. That,
Right.
I mean, that's going to be the case. The logo itself for Horror Nights is Jack. I mean, I just
Yes.
see Jack all over that.
Great
So,
logo too.
I'm assuming, like I mentioned earlier in this podcast, that Jack may surprise a lot of us with what he has to offer this year.
Yeah.
Really might.
he's going to be very center of attention. I'll say that right
Yeah.
now. I think he's a part of The only thing I don't think Jack's a part of is Bill and Ted. And then I could get shocked and that could happen. But at this point, I think Jack is involved in everything. He has a show, he has a part of a scare zone, and he's definitely in at least one house.
Yeah, and also, you gotta think marketing-wise, he's gonna be everywhere.
He is, and that's going to be the theme of the event this year.
And that's gonna be great.
And, that's why I'm just wondering, if Jack is going to replace Rocky Horror Picture Show, and that could be the case, with the show-wise.
That's what seems to be on the table right now.
Right.
And again, we don't know.
Look, logically, it just makes sense that they would do that. It makes sense, but you never know. You never know what can happen, and that's why we talk about it, because it's always nice to get the mind flowing and get different perspectives, because you just don't know.
You leave Beetlejuice empty. Let's say you leave Beetlejuice empty, and you don't do anything in Beetlejuice at all. No Rocky Horror, nothing, and you do the Jack show somewhere else in the park. Which I think
what we had in 17.
Yeah, exactly. We get like a Jack's Arrival type show.
Yeah.
Which makes sense to me. But if you don't do anything at Beetlejuice, and anybody that's been to the Orlando event will know exactly what I'm talking about, we are not going to have the really awesome music mashup of hearing heavy metal music and science fiction double feature.
True, but
that sounds cool.
That'll actually cost more queue space for run.
It's possible, but I don't think you really need that much to do it.
Still, we gotta estimate how big the crowds are going to be this year.
This year is okay. That's another thing we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the river ticket prices in a little bit.
Yeah.
And I know that's a hot button topic that
the
general public do not know about yet.
Huh.
They're not going to be very happy. But with that,
I'm not even happy with the ticket price.
No, I totally understand.
And I'm trying to do the freaking Fear Pass for the first time ever. You could ask Sir Owen Disney. I'm unemployed, so I'm taking surveys for cash to literally afford to go this year. It's going to cost me over $100 because freaking Fear Pass, merchandise. I bought a leather bracelet, I think the first time when they introduced it last year. I loved it. So merchandise-wise and everything and food-wise, it's going to cost a lot of people over $100.
More than that, but then you have the people coming from the United Kingdom that are paying for holidays.
Then that's a different
USA.
USA. You're coming from California, you're still spending a pretty penny.
Oh yeah.
To bring horror.
I guess though, here's the thing. For people traveling wise, yes, they're gonna pay money. But even if they were the normal prices that people are used to, you're still gonna pay a lot of money. So either way, I think the people traveling, but aren't really going to see a difference. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, because even if they do see a difference though, you're going to get bang for your buck. I know if I'm going to spend more this year, I'm going to get my money's worth.
Well, that's exactly what I'm essentially getting at. Yeah. And two, when people travel, they go all out. That's just you just go all out. Okay. So you're going to spend a lot of money, so go all out. And that's why I was thinking when people are traveling, they're not really going to see a difference because they know they're going to spend a lot of money anyways. But it's the people that are the locals, that may see a big difference in that,
Yeah. And then that makes sense.
Like you're like, wow, that just jumped up more money, and now I'm spending more money.
Yeah.
The people that are traveling, yes, it's still going to be, I guess, equal.
Right, absolutely.
Well,
Universal's gonna make before we get into it, I'm just gonna say this, Universal's gonna make so much money from it this year. Last year they broke records for attendance and I think for, just everything, merchandise and alcoholic sales always been there, but they're just gonna make a fortune this year. It's not gonna be even funny.
You know, speaking of alcohol sales real quick, I'm surprised, even though I don't want it, I'm surprised Hollywood doesn't offer it. They would
Well,
make so much more money. Holy crap.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
That may
I mean,
change.
come on. It's California people. They're all drunks.
Nice.
Wow.
Shots fired.
I do admit. Oh, we have a question.
Oh, what is it?
At
At least they sell pizza? Wait.
This comes from John.
What is it?
What did he say?
Oliver and the rest of the peeps. Would you get high if Jack?
Read it out loud, Alex.
Read it, because I don't... Where is it at? I'm so confused. I feel like a cat in a box right now. I'm trying to figure it out.
There's Jack. If he offered you some of the stuff.
Wait, where's it at?
It is under the hashtag that people can
It's
use.
a good podcast.
Yes.
Okay, so it's under the hashtag.
Ask away your dumb, your most question.
Okay. I can answer this, John. No, I don't know who this Oliver guy is, but he doesn't like rain. I'll tell you that right now. I will say right now, I'm straight edge, so no, I would not partake in some of his stuff.
Yeah, no, whatever Jack is taking, some pretty heavy stuff.
I mean, he's on like Nate Webb drugs, and that's definitely not something I want to be a part of.
Dude, I think he's worse than Charlie Sheen, dude.
Guys, thank you so much, bud.
So Tristan and Alex, would you take some of Jack's crack? That's the question.
Tristan, you go first.
What?
You go first.
Go first, Tristan.
What was the question? Because I literally just got up to close my door.
Oliver and the rest of the peeps, would you get high with Jack if he offered you some of this?
What? What's the question?
Would you take some of Jack's crack? It's basically the question.
Oh, okay. Well, if it will allow me to have a fun time in Alice in Wonderland, sure.
Hell yeah.
No, just kidding. To be honest, I'm not really.
I'll answer this. Hell no. I've already seen his stuff, and it's pretty much off.
All right, that was a random question.
Who asked it?
It was John that asked that, actually.
Master Films.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to bring up a couple things that we're talking about in the chat room, and that basically seems to be a conversation about the disaster queue line. It lies. It just totally lies. You go around the corner, and you feel like there's no wait, and you get back there, and there's like 4,000 people waiting for you, and there's massive switchbacks, and the worst experience I had was I got in line, and they gave me a ticket. They gave me an orange universal raffle ticket, and that was to keep track of how many people were in the line. This was not express. This was standby. It was ridiculous.
So what would they offer? A green ticket for the express?
I don't think they had tickets. I think they just gave the orange ones to the people in standby. Did everybody know what I'm talking about in chat right now, Vic or Chris? Know about the orange universal tickets that you got while waiting in line for disaster? For Giggles and Gore last year? Because I got it one night. It only happened once, but it was interesting because I didn't know. I was like, did I win something? And I was like, no, I didn't win anything. I get to be in the line, I guess, for 6 hours with everyone else.
Wow.
Not 6 hours, of course, but you know what I mean.
Okay.
I'm overemphasizing, but still, it may be an exaggeration, but it's not that far off.
Yeah.
Straight up.
It was like 6 hours.
Yeah, I don't wait in any line for 6 hours. That's the reason I only
6
did.
hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see that. It stops people skipping around in line. I get that.
I was gonna say 6 hours. That's the whole event.
Yeah.
That's more.
But you know, there were people that did Walking Dead last year on Hell Week that probably waited 4 hours for Walking Dead.
That's when I leave.
Mm-hmm.
that's when I go, Walking Dead not worth it, and the house isn't worth it anyways. Just kidding.
Well, it was, for it to be like the largest house ever, I appreciated it. So they put a lot of
My
work.
question was it really good last year's, though? Was it a good house last year?
It just seemed too long.
I agree.
It was way too long, especially if you're not a fan of the show. It was way too long.
So, by way too long, was it just like, it just felt like it was just dragged on? It was just kind of like, gosh, Or was it just too long just as, like, you just didn't enjoy your time?
It was dragging. I enjoyed my time, but the zombies did not come out like when you least expected it. You saw it in the corner. If the line was moving slow walking through the house, you would be scared by the same zombie like 3 times. And it was
Sounds like Hollywood.
Yeah, it was so funny because my friend was like behind me. He says, actually he was in front of me. He was like telling this girl, he's like, "Move, bitch, move!" And she's just like looking at everything.
I'm trying to look at this deco.
Yeah.
That's what the Unmasking the Horror Tour is for. If you want to look at stuff, look at stuff. Just pay the money, and trust me, it's worth it. It's worth every dime.
Yeah.
Oh, and God, I should save money for that. I've always wanted to do that, too. Maybe that's next year's project.
With Walking Dead, though, yeah, I agree with Chris here, and like I said, I'm not a fan of the show. I don't watch the show at all, but midway through, it started to drag on. It's kind of like, okay, we're in this room, and like, oh, okay, there's another room, and yay, there's another room, and there's another room, and there's a bunch of rocks, and there's that sign for Terminus, and there's the really cool stuff about the icons that people, like, caught at the Easter egg, and then it's like we get to walk through the chain link fences with the strobe lights that'll never leave, and then we were done. So, yeah, the sets were incredible, and the characters, they really cared. They really were trying, but I will tell you straight up, I could not get anything out of that house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the house is like, like, how long does a Walking Dead season last? Like 3-4 months? It seems like that.
Well, it starts usually in mid-October, and then it goes all the way to late March, early April.
Yeah, the house seems like that. The house seemed like a whole season. That's how long it was.
And I think that's the main problem.
Yeah. And from what we were hearing last year, or at least what I heard, everybody else probably heard it. You guys probably heard it. That house was like the big hurrah. Like that was the last one for. I'm really hoping that's the last one for The Walking Dead, because for people that don't like Walking Dead, or not fans of it, it's just like you could have done something else. This would be the 4th year in a row you're doing The Walking Dead. Can you move on to another property or have another original base content house? Like this seems like a waste. But it's a money drawer. I know that it draws money.
Okay.
Mike Aiello, he did a podcast, and I talked about this before we went live. He did a podcast, and he mentioned himself that Universal's a business, and we're gonna bring what that benefits the business, and Walking Dead has crucially, just brought so much more to the event.
Yeah.
And they're gonna keep on doing it, and it should not be a surprise, and people shouldn't get pissed off. People? I mean, look. Yes, we're sick and tired of The Walking Dead, but you have to look at it as a business level.
Right.
And if you were the CEO or whatever, you'd probably make the same decision.
I have another question from Second Massacre Films. This is actually serious. It's not about crack.
No, this is a legit question. I'm seeing it too.
Yeah. What are some other IPs you would look to see come to Horror Nights, and any original maze ideas?
Okay, I'll do this roundtable style. I'm going to start with Tristan.
Oh snap! I'm on the spot. Hold on. What was the question? Or what's the hashtag again?
If you want to see for Horror Nights or original maze ideas.
Okay, real quick, look at it from this perspective. Let's say, for sake of argument, and I'm sure this is going to be the case anyway, when you go this year, you are so overwhelmed with everything that you decide to start going every year.
Uh-huh.
In that case, which hopefully does happen, because obviously making a new fan is always good for Universal's pocketbooks, I would state that what would you want to see from 26, 27, 28, and so on and so forth? Original or IP ideas?
Okay, well, I've been wanting this for a long time, and it probably won't happen anytime soon, but, in future, I would like to see an intellectual property of Stephen King. I think it'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I think bringing either The Shining, Pennywise, I would freak out if Pennywise is there. Ultimately, Pennywise is kind of the icon that kind of started the whole killer clown type thing.
Mm.
So I would love to see that. Honestly, I would really, really love to see that. And honestly, the other thing I already know this is kind of speculated, take this with a grain of salt, but I honestly would like to see Scream. I really would.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, like seriously, I think Ghostface has so much to offer, and there's so, the franchise is, I mean, obviously the first film is the best, but
Yep.
but the franchise has so much to offer, and I definitely think I would love to see that. Now, an original, those are kind of like intellectuals that I would love to see. Definitely something with Stephen King or Scream, but we're probably going to see Scream this year. But
We'll talk about that.
For originals, I honestly, even though this is already done in like California, not Scary Farm has done this. I think it would be awesome to do something with like a tooth fairy, a twist on a tooth fairy.
Mm.
I think it's not basically did it well, but I would like to see Horror Nights' twist on it. I think Horror Nights would be awesome to do something with a twisted like tooth fairy, because everybody hates the dentist. Like,
Yeah.
if you like the dentist, there's something wrong with you, okay? So, everybody hates it, and I think there's so much you could expand and hit people's phobias and fears and things like that of that. And I just think it's really cool to do that, for sure. And I guess I'll give another original. Let me think.
We can come back to you.
Yeah, come back, and once I'll figure it out.
Okay, that's fair. I'm gonna say a couple from the chat real quick before we move on.
Sure.
Vic says he wants Ghostbusters and Trick or Treat.
Yeah, Trick or Treat would be awesome.
I think Trick or Treat's coming next year.
Yeah.
And I think they'd be dumb if they didn't do Ghostbusters at some point.
Yeah.
He wants an original house based upon UFOs and alien abduction, kind of like Area 51.
That'd be interesting.
That would be cool. I'd totally be down with that. Ghost Sox Tim 8 wants the original American McGee version of Alice.
Ooh.
And Chris wants Tales from the Crypt, Demon Knight, and George Romero's Zombie Anthology House.
That would be really interesting. That would be really cool.
And Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Yeah. I'm just, I'm a sucker for Stephen King, though, man. Like, seriously, I think, Stephen King just has so much to offer. And everybody loves The Shining, and everybody loves Pennywise. I mean, come on.
To me, I think Pennywise would have happened if it would have came out this year.
No, I mean, for sure, once something comes out with Pennywise, which I am assuming next year will be the case, we may be seeing Pennywise. But I don't know when The Shining will ever happen, and if it ever will happen. But
The Shining is a sacrilegious film that can't be remade due to
Stephen King, though.
That's the thing,
So much red tape involves doing anything with Stephen King, and even after Stephen King dies, I don't necessarily know if we're going to get anything.
Even if he dies, I think it will be even 10 times worse, because they're going to live up to the way he wants his rights, And I think they're going to even be more tight than they are now, so I can't imagine it getting better. I think it'll get worse.
I answer the question?
So, what's up?
Might I answer this question about the... first off, I've said this back in the main podcast, The Last of Us would make for the perfect replacement of Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Trick or Treat, it's probably going to happen next year. Original, on the other hand, I know it's a little out of left field, but I would love to see The Odyssey.
Okay.
And
I got no issues with that.
There's a lot of things you can really do with The Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
especially like the murder of the. What is it? But there's a lot of stuff you can pull from the Odyssey story.
Interesting way to look at it. I like that. Chris also says he wants something that I'm sure a lot of us out there want. It's Alfred Hitchcock.
I agree.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
That rumor this year, the one they were talking about when Hitchcock was supposed to come this year, I got really excited, and it seems like something that will eventually happen. And I don't just mean Psycho. I mean official, like actual everything, like a compilation house of everything. And I think it will happen, but obviously at this rate, it doesn't look like it's going to be this year, but I think it will happen eventually.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Aaron, what's your lineup? What would you like to say?
For IP, I would say American Horror Story. And
Okay.
I think that is growing in demand. Like, a lot of people are not demanding it yet. I mean, I feel as if it's Walking Dead's competition because both of them are on for a substantial amount of time on television for the fall and almost going into the spring. For original, not joking around, but something with pirates.
That's a good idea.
Horror Nights can take something like that and make it twisted and scary.
It's actually, pirates are, back then they were kind of really sick, twisted individuals, so yeah, I would actually agree.
I think that'd be really interesting and really cool.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be different.
I bet you all the people waiting in line would be like, "Arg,
I still think
arg, this line is long."
Yard, it's time to go take over Disney.
Time for the 18th bathroom break of the evening.
Hey, we're gonna miss our express pass though.
Nice. Vic wants H.P. Lovecraft, Cthulhu House. That sounds like it'd just be amazing.
Cthulhu.
H.P. Lovecraft, Cthulhu.
Oh, okay, now I understand. That'd be fun.
And it sounds like Lovecraft has been on the table for years, and they just haven't found a way to work it in yet. Kind of like, apparently, when they did the Spooky Empire panel on Halloween Extreme, they basically said that House of a Thousand Corpses is on the table, but they just haven't found a way to work it in yet.
Let's go talk to John Murdy.
House of Thousand Corpses, they would never do it.
I don't, it's just weird because I thought Zombie wouldn't come to Orlando, and he's got Great American Nightmare now, so he doesn't really have to latch on to Universal. He basically just do his own steez, but I mean, I don't know if...
I don't think Zombie will be featured at the event as long as he's doing his own haunt. Now,
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, if he does the year with no haunt, then definitely it opens the door for sure to be at Horror Nights. I can't imagine, because honestly, he's kind of like one of the people that you would first go to in horror if you really think about it, you know.
Almost much as Alice Cooper, but that didn't work out so well.
That failed in Orlando.
Yeah.
It didn't work out so well. So
I honestly think right now, if we do go through the next several years with icons, I think that's the caretaker year for House of a Thousand Corpses.
I agree. Isn't
Oh
it
yeah,
also,
I was gonna mention that too. I forgot. Rob Zombie as well.
to me, next
for
year
an
can be
IP.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Especially if it is the caretaker year.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
So this would be original for me. I really like kind of like a nuclear kind of warfare and kind of do something with like a fallout shelter type deal.
Oh, so kind of like
Penn and Teller.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, but maybe not so much of a goofy, magical way. Like
how Knots did back then.
not so much like that at all. I'm talking like if you guys ever have played the game or heard the game called like Metro 2033, Metro Last Light. I'm talking things on those lines, like completely like post-apocalyptic like world and things like that. It'd be awesome.
True.
Like completely like the world just got nuked to hell and like you could just do so much with it. I think it'd be awesome. original concepts that you could work with.
Wouldn't that kind of be kind of like the Havoc Dogs of War type thing?
Well, I don't know because I never went through it, so I can't say. I can't say, but that's something I would like to see, even if it was.
Let's see. Well, there is always Scream.
Yeah.
It's me we're talking about here. It's the house I want more than anything.
Right? I'll be back.
And if rumors are to be believed, it sounds like it's coming a lot sooner rather than later.
For you guys.
Yes, I cannot wait. When it happens, it's going to be amazing.
Let's just hope they don't use the TV show.
I said before, Scream is Halloween, not From Dusk Till Dawn, and I'm going to stick with that statement.
If it does, it'll be really bad.
I think it's a possibility they could end up. Okay, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to let that happen. But when it comes down to it, if that were to be the case, I would say that they would have to put Ghostface in it anyway, even though that he's not a part. As we know him, he's not a part of the new TV series.
For now, at least.
For this season, at least. If it goes more than one season, I don't know. It just depends on. MTV shows are very like wishy-washy. You never know what's going to succeed and what's not. I want Penn and Teller back. I'm sure anybody that knows me knows my horror story about my birthday, 2012, and the reason I went to Horror Nights in the first place. I want Penn and Teller to come back. Teller is very into this. He really is. He seemed to have a great time from what everybody said. Him himself said he had a great time at Horror Nights, and I know that Penn and Teller would love to design another haunt. And I think that will happen.
There.
Yeah.
Hollywood can do really good for
Pizza. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I just
Welcome back.
I got pizza.
Welcome back from the world of the undead.
Wait, what?
All right.
Pizza.
Actually, Chris, your question you're asking right now, I think we're going to talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
We are. So another thing I really want to see, I kind of like even though this may be a little bit like mixing certain things, I would like to see a evil magician who is a real sorcerer that's under the guise of a fake stage magician.
Huh.
And I want to see not like a dark magic witchcraft house, but like illusions gone wrong purposely type house. Like people getting sawed in half, stuff like that, and not done necessarily comically. I'm talking about make it completely dark and evil.
That'd be awesome.
Love to see that. I did not see any of the Saw houses, and I kind of wanted to. And like stuff like the in-between stuff I missed out on, I really wanted to see that. I think that Willy Wonka would make a really sweet 3D house.
Oh yeah. I think you could do so much with Willy Wonka. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah, the problem is, who would,
You get Johnny Depp. Just kidding.
It'd be a very controversial thing.
It fits in with the Pirates theme.
I think that's what Alice. I think that's what Alice may be a run from this year, to try to take these fairy tales that people know from Disney connections, and they're going to take these fairy tales that people know, so not scary tales, that's a different route, that they know these characters, and they're going to go to their original roots and make them even darker.
Yeah.
I think that's a good possibility. Ghostbusters, yeah, I'm dying to see Ghostbusters. I really hope it happens.
Ghostbusters would be a comedy house.
I'd do Ghostbusters like Biohazard the Real, if we could. That would be awesome. The problem is, I don't think that the only way you could do it is if you make it an upcharge or you pulse it, and two things that I'm not sure they would go with right now.
Or they make it a real attraction for Universal, but that's doubtful due to something.
And honestly, this is a weird one, but I'd like to see Rocky Horror turned into a house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
a little iffy. It could be done.
You can have like a campy type mixed house.
I like the Rocky Horror concept for a house. I mean, I was joking about it a while back in speculation, but it was like, the more I think about it, the more I think you actually could do an actual good house on Rocky Horror if they really wanted to.
Right.
I would actually want to see some of the mixed house where it combines that, Penn Teller, and something else.
As long as I get Penn and Teller at the event, I don't care what you do with them. You can put them in any. You can put Penn and Teller in The Walking Dead. I would not care. Just as long as I got Penn and Teller.
Honestly, though, you know how cool that would be to have Penn and Teller do a show.
Oh God, I want. Herein lies the problem. Penn and Teller showing up at, even though this hurts a lot to talk about personally, but 2012 showing up at the event occasionally to be a part of Nuke Las Vegas. That's
Right.
fine and dandy. But in order to do a show, you need a big venue. And the venues that jump to mind, the only thing that I would really do is I would put it over at Toon Lagoon because that theater is huge and they don't do anything with it. I don't think Beetlejuice is way too small. Terminator is way too small.
But think about this, though. You know how many people would show up to the event just to see Penn and Teller do magic show? You know how cool that would be?
I mean, there's already sort of a magic type show, and that's with Elvira.
Not by Penn and Teller.
Yes, but they kind of have like that sort of form of magic.
They had Brian Brushwood. They've had magic before. Magic doesn't. It kind of half and half works at the event. It basically takes people away from the houses and the scare zones for a while. That's what good shows do.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to go see Bill and Ted, obviously, but not everybody's going to see Rocky Horror.
Right.
And the people that don't want to watch it, they're not going to watch Jack's show. Most people will, but the people that are really that scared of clowns, they're not going to.
True.
Which is what I'm worried about.
Yeah, but I have faith that this year there's going to be a little bit of something for everyone. And it's going to pacify everyone in the end. It may, different pieces may not, but I think this will be, right now, in the last couple years, the best event overall, given the fact that we are taking so many different pieces and getting them all to fit perfectly together.
It's essentially Carnival of Carnage 2.0, in a way.
And Penn and Teller would cost way too much in order to do a show because you take them away from making X amount of dollars in Las Vegas, and Universal cannot afford to pay them that much to do shows.
True.
It's not feasibly possible because of money. You want to pay $300 Center Halloween Horror Nights, then maybe we could start talking about that. Like the idea I had with bringing Chris Angel in. I think that would be awesome for Hollywood. But the thing about it is number one, I don't think that if you guys can't afford more than 7 houses, then you're not going to be able to afford Chris Angel coming in.
We may not be able to afford a show, which may be why they may want to upgrade the maze count this year again.
See, that does make sense, but then again, you're putting way too much in one area, and you're putting next to nothing in the other. But that's just kind of how I see things. Like I said, I've only seen video of Hollywood, and I've never been able to attend it personally.
I've been going for 2 times, and it really sucks because I see these videos. But that being said, there's a lot of problems you have with capacity, so it makes me worried how you can really do this. That's like how Orlando's starting to get the capacity problems that we have. You know what?
Yeah, Orlando. Well, the thing about it is you've got this the Starway, and it basically takes people very slowly to the back lot.
Then last year we had that the awful tunnel thing.
Oh, the real terminus? So, we got a couple things real quick. Vic brings up the fact that the gargoyles, the terror dogs from the Ghostbusters Spooktacular show, which I have a picture of myself on stage holding a slime. Maybe I'll show you that someday. I don't know. It depends on if I want to show that picture to someone. They were in Gothic. And, Dead End had floating books that were also inspired by Ghostbusters. Chris, I know Penn and Teller would never be able to do a show. That's the reason I'm trying to completely decide that would never happen. The only possible way we could do that is, like I said, you want to charge $300 for tickets. and you want to find a way to work the queue line so they take the plaza stage, and then that's not an area for a queue line, that's the area for the show. There's no way Universal would ever agree to that.
That'd be crazy.
I'd love every second of it, and I swear to you, I would be homeless in Orlando. I'd live the event if I had to, because I'd be there for Penn and Teller every night. It'd be like, okay, I like these houses, I'm doing this, I'm going to go to Bill and Ted for obvious reasons, and then I'm going to go see Penn and Teller, and that's all I'm going to do every single night. Nothing else matters. I don't care about anything else. That's what I do. But that's not going to happen, so I can't think that it's going to. So, what else?
Hashtag Owen's hopes and dreams.
Should we talk about the rumored Maze location?
I've been trying to get to that for like an hour or so.
Yeah, so let's just get. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep on
No, it's called going off on a tangent. We do it a lot here on the podcast.
Yeah, it's a holiday season.
And First Class Horror is having issues, connection issues. Hopefully he will be able to join us on our next podcast, whenever that may be. So, yes.
We get the first announcement.
We will get a, oh god, that'd be awesome. Yeah, put Penn and Teller in Blue Man Group. I'd totally love it. Love the daylights out of that. Okay, Vic, stop now, because you're just making me more, sad. This is not possible. Okay, the thing, and god, they would totally work with the Blue Man Group, because Penn really used them on Celebrity Apprentice. Anyway, okay, alright.
But you really want this to happen.
God, yes, I want this to happen.
That'd be awesome if it would.
Hashtag Vic kills hopes and dreams. Okay.
I know, right?
Okay, here's the thing. So, like I said, we lost the 10th house. We have 9 houses. Where do you put the 9th house? Okay, there's the rumor. The rumor starts, and then it escalates and escalates and escalates. It starts out, we're getting another sprung tent. Then the question is, where's the sprung tent going to go? It's obviously a sprung tent, so you can sprung it up anywhere. Even though that's not grammatically correct, that's still the case. So you spring up the tent anywhere, and it could go anywhere they want. Then the rumor was, okay, why don't we put it behind Men in Black? There's an expansive area back there. We could utilize that area. We can use the area next to Fear Factor and Diagon and do it that way. Okay, but that walk would be horrendous, even worse than the parade building is. Okay, that goes away, and then they said, okay, fine, we're going to do it in the Men in Black extended queue. Okay, that's fine. That makes perfect sense. When the rumor has it that Disaster was going to go bye-bye for a fast forward of what could possibly take over that attraction space very soon, everybody was saying since that was going away, we would get run in Men in Black. Okay, that makes perfect sense, right? Well, now it sounds like that Men in Black is gone and not completely off the table. And now the big rumor that I'm hearing now, and everybody's jumping on it, is the fact that we got a new house location this year, and it's something really out there, and that's where we come to this part of the conversation, where we talk about the fact that our 9th house is going to be in Shrek, as the rumor goes.
And it seems like it's been confirmed by Hate.
Yeah, it's been confirmed pretty much. Yeah, I don't see any way it hasn't been confirmed at this point.
The real question is, first two things, how will this affect Shrek after Horror Nights, and how the hell will this queue go?
Okay, I can answer both of those questions actually, because I'm looking at a street map picture of both locations right now. The front of the Shrek building and another location, and that's where I'm kind of deciding where things might be. And anybody that's in the chat right now, be more than welcome to chime in on this, and I will gladly put over whatever you say at this point. But here's the thing, because we're equal opportunity putting people over on this podcast. Now, here's the thing. You set up, if this does happen, and it sounds like it's going to, the rumor is that they're going to have one theater completely gutted of all the seats, and the only thing left is going to be like where the seats went in the first place, so you could just reinstall them back later. And they're going to probably cover the floor so people don't trip and fall. And mostly drunk people tripping and falling. Because that's how it works.
Which from what it seems we may be dealing with some serious elevation. Because
if that location is correct, then that's really, really close to a beer tent. So yes, what I'm saying is true. Okay. So you have this location. what the rumor is they're going to take the first Shrek theater, one of the two, and they're going to leave it completely be. It will not be touched at all. They're only going to utilize one of them, one of the two Shrek theaters, which are completely different.
This is what I think Teban said this on OU. It will be using the Express Theater, actually.
Yes, correct. That's what the rumor is. And I would say everything's rumor, no matter how much it's really confirmed, until Universal makes the official announcement.
Right.
So let's say, for sake of argument, we have this location. We have one theater, and these theaters are big. If you take out all the seats, there's a lot of room to work with. Have you seen like an old movie theater got the seats taken out? There's a lot of room to work with. There really is.
Yeah.
And you put that there. You use the extended queue, which I can honestly say I've never been in because I've never been there when Shrek's been busy. And it's been busy before, but not when I've been there.
Where they use both theaters.
Yeah, you're only going to use one theater. You're going to use the extended queue, and it sounds like that there is a possibility, if you believe what is being said, that we could possibly exit out the front of Shrek and we could enter in a completely different location. Now, the idea, and I believe Chris said this on OU, and I'm not positive if Chris said this or not, but I think this is what I'm hearing, is we would enter potentially in between Lucy Tribute and Brown Derby, that area in the middle, that road to nowhere that pretty much has the, that I'm looking at right now, basically it has like the no admittance thing, where you see the big Shrek flags. I would think we'd enter there, and we'd enter into what would basically be putting it into a soundstage pretty much.
Okay.
You could pretty much consider the Shrek theater to be a soundstage at this point.
Right.
We go through the house, and then we exit through the section, if you know what I'm talking about, on Plaza of the Stars. There is a location in between Shrek and the Betty Boop that I can see people coming out of, honestly. Or it may be too narrow, so you could just exit through, literally, the Shrek 4D queue. That's what I'm thinking at this point. If I'm looking at this correct, I think that makes sense. And Chris confirmed it, so yes. Does that make sense?
Should we talk about our personal thoughts about that?
Yes, absolutely. We started with the rumor, so we laid it out there for everyone to jump on, and now we're going to talk about everybody's thoughts on it. So I'm going to start with anybody in the chat room. As always, feel free to chime in, and you can ask questions continuously with the hashtag HHN Popcast. So Alex, you can go first here. Your thoughts on that?
Okay. Well, first off, this is the most weird idea of a house location. So you're dealing with TM backstage area.
Yep.
You're dealing with possibly the Plaza of the Stars a little bit if it's too overflowed. And on top of all that, this may be a problem with congestion between the entrance of the house next to Despicable Me and the house, if it is true about Shrek, which seems. My main worry here is more or less how the hell will this go? And really, it's very much the oddball here, and I'm really interested how much house space and how much queue space. They might as well use a little bit of the outdoor queue as like the extended queue is like a little bit of house, and then just like go inside.
It is definitely a possibility here, honestly. I mean, you have a nice area to work with. It's just how exactly is it going to work?
And then you have elevation changes.
I mean, I think it's a good venue to use, but it's a tricky venue to use. Like, it's out there, like what Alex said, because it's you would not expect it to be there at all, But
another question
I think it can work, but it's tricky to make it work. Like, they got to make sure they nail it by opening night, if that's the case, by the queue. That's the main thing, is the queue.
Also, maybe they don't exit out of the main queue itself, maybe the pre-show room.
That's a possibility too.
Maybe use half of that pre-show room, like, there's 2 pre-show rooms, which I'm assuming there are. Use that pre-show room, like, half of it for, like, a outro scene, and it exits you out of the attraction.
I could see that. I mean, I could see that actually happening, but
it sounds like from what people are saying that they've been wanting to do Shrek as a house for a while. They just haven't found a way to make it logistically work.
right.
And this is when they finally are like, okay, fine, let's go with this and let's see if we can make it work. And if it doesn't work, then we just don't do it next year.
And probably be located more at the MIB, or if anything happens, like the Kid Zone disaster, just like things will change.
You know, nothing is guaranteed until Universal releases it. So.
Of course, but you know, it's really interesting to think that Shrek would be used. You know.
Yeah.
I mean,
like an actual. Well, yeah, and I was gonna say like an actual ride, but then disaster gets used.
well, I mean, I'm thinking because I'm saying out of perspective. I've never been to Orlando, so I'm kind of basing mine off of Hollywood because I'm assuming it's very similar to Hollywood. I'm essentially it looks probably the same as Hollywood and everything like that, and maybe not the exact same layout, but just the way everything's set up. We've had in Hollywood, we've had mazes in the overflow venue in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's Hollywood, it's not Orlando, so it's a completely different animal. But I think they can do it. I definitely think they can do it.
Right.
I think, based on footage and things like that, I think the queue is big enough. I really do. But the thing is I'm thinking on the lines of just Horror Nights and not thinking about daytime operations as well. That's the problem.
It won't affect it at all because you still have a full theater to work with.
Yes, and on top of all that, you'll just divert, if it's true, Express to the standby.
True. And what's the rumor of the house that's going to be in this Shrek venue? Do you know what the rumor is?
Well, it's not a guarantee, but it sounds like it's funny because something jumps to my mind immediately, but it's something that's already been announced for another location, so I don't think they're going to flip-flop it. It sounds like right now that the ninth house has always been the thing that I've been wanting since day one.
Scream.
If it does happen, and that's Scream.
Okay.
And if it is Scream, let's say for sake of argument, you have Scream and Shrek, and then you have something that may or may not be coming back, if you're picking up what I'm putting down, out that's queuing by Despicable Me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And like Chris said, if that does happen, and it sounds like it's going to, it's probably going to cut the wait time for the Shrek house considerably. Because the house that would be in front would be the one that a lot of people are going to want to either A, experience again, or B, experience for the first time.
True.
Or Hollywood people experience again. But I really think if it was me personally, I would move Scream to a sprung tent, and I would play with what the Shrek queue kind of reminds me of, and I'd put Alice in Wonderland in there, and you could still make it 3D.
Yeah, well,
I mean, to be honest, I mean, it's kind of like I just mentioned a little bit earlier, it's one of those venues that have potential to be used, but it's tricky to use.
Yeah, totally.
And that's what I'm trying to actually picture. Ultimately, yes, if the rumor is true, Scream would be there, but you have to look at what actually fits, in your mind when you think about it. Based off, that's the thing.
If they do Scream, it may very well not be based on the films. It could be a new concept with Ghostface.
I would say it would involve more like Stab.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think... The funniest thing is, I would have thought Scream would have been like the trilogy.
Yeah.
But more I think about it, Stabathon would be really cool to see as a house.
And that's where you have the actual stage in the Shrek Theater where you actually can utilize that. for the scenes and the finale of Scream 2.
The thing is do you think they'll be able to take all? Let's just say, do you think the permit? Because obviously you need a permit to
Yes.
reserve the spot. Do you think they will accept the permit of them basically reserving a theater? Because they have to basically take all the seats out, like you said.
Yeah.
Do you think that the permit would be finalized? Like, do you think they would accept it?
Not only do I think they would accept it, I think it's actually the permit that doesn't have a location yet. I think that's for Shrek.
Yeah, I'd agree.
No one knew it because no one was speculating that was where it's going to be, but now everything's on the table. I honestly think that location, that's obviously not the Sprung, it's not a disaster, it's
not a soundstage.
It's not a soundstage. I think it's Shrek.
I mean, essentially, the Shrek venue, the queue it's large. It's a big queue.
Totally.
So I think they could totally utilize that to their advantage. But the only problem I'm having is now they have to reserve technically during day operations, they have to reserve one of the theaters. That's the problem. I don't.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not exactly October, September. It's not exactly.
It's not busy.
Yeah. So on top of all that.
Yeah, but I mean that's during October and September time, or September and October time. But you have to think about construction as well. You at least have to reserve 2 months in advance, and that's
you have to wait until August.
Yeah.
Which makes me think if you wait till August, it has to be Sabathon.
I mean, it's not like you're building like a whole themed land. You're only building you're building a house technically. Yeah. So you could build it quick. You could build it really quick. So yeah, I guess you're right. I just wasn't,
If anything, I see Shrek's.
And two Shrek is not really the most popular attraction either.
Like most of the time, it's like a 45-minute wait.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not like compared to like other attractions. It's not like their most popular one. So I don't think it would harm them to do that. I really don't.
Unless the people are drunk and they want to see a show that night.
You will see Shrek go down, I would think, in mid-July, and to go down to one theater. And once that happens, you have your dead times not really dead times, but you have your deader times in August. It's completely like a ghost town in September. The parks in Florida are, period. Mm-hmm. And especially when I go every September. And October is the same way. So, I mean, you utilize one theater for Shrek most of the time anyway. So losing the second one's not that big of a deal. Plus, you can still do daytime Shrek shows, and then at night it could be Scream. It's just like, I see the only problem is that worries me that there is a possibility that if that does end up happening, the Shrek theater may not be potentially a Unmasking the Horror House, though. That's what worries me.
Well, no.
And I really want to see Scream, obviously, this year, Unmasking the Horror.
I would personally think it'd be fine for Unmasking the Horror.
Yeah. Twister is greater than Shrek. You can't deny the PAX. That is true.
Yeah, the PAX may be going soon, so that might suck.
Honestly, with what could possibly be taking over where Twister is right now, I really think they need to have him involved in it. He needs to be like a cameo, because it makes perfect sense given what the concept is. I really think that he's a cameo in it.
That'd be pretty interesting. That'd actually be pretty rad.
It's like Mr. Toad and Pooh.
I actually don't mind Twister closing because, like, I love the attraction. I've been on it hundreds of times, as people may have visited, or like me living here. But it does get old after a while watching Bill Paxton, who looks like he's not standing up straight, talking about an F5 tornado.
Yeah,
in the pre-show gear.
Bill Paxton never gets old. First off.
Yeah,
never done.
I'm excited, all right, to go to Orlando, so it's gonna be cool.
I will take you straight to see the PAX when we get there. Mark my words.
All right.
That will happen.
For us.
Awesome.
I love me some Bill Paxton. Coconut Pete is the man.
He's the myth and the legend.
So.
Yeah, I reference Coconut Pete. That's the Bill Paxton I know. All right.
And what about Mighty Joe Young?
Yeah.
He's watching that on demand.
Well, we already have somebody that has that kind of connection, but that's in another park, so we'll talk about that another time.
Yeah,
The king is back. Exactly. It's gonna be awesome. Now, yeah, there was the big rumor that Kong would be ready for Horror Nights. That was like one of the little birdies, and even though the facade looks like it's almost done, there's a lot of inside stuff to still be done that they're not going to have ready.
Before that was said, I was just like, I saw that it was just like pure bullshit.
Yeah, pretty much. But there's always truth in something. I honestly think there is a possibility that it's going to definitely be in the first half of 2016. I don't think it's till summer, unless they just want to do everything, get all the kinks out.
I think they want to get the kinks out, especially with what's supposed to be.
What happened with Forbidden Journey and what happened with Gringotts?
And also because of one specific section, which I will not spoil.
Yeah. You're right. I totally agree with you on that.
You need to fine-tune this attraction before it opens, because if that thing breaks, you're dealing with another problem altogether that's very similar.
Yeah,
is Gringotts Bank having like a lot of shutdowns lately?
No. They actually fixed the door.
It's fixed finally.
Oh.
What was going on?
Something else from another.
What was the problem?
Gringotts had a lot of problems when it started because when it soft opened, it kind of had issues nearly every day, and that's when media was writing it, so that was even worse of a black eye.
And then in December, it was closed.
Yep.
And right after it went down for maintenance, they figured out that they had to wait to get new parts for the screen portion.
Wow. Yep. Huh.
That's kind of crazy.
Like the screen portion as in what part of the ride though, or just the entire ride?
Well, it's a pull-out door, so...
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, towards the end.
Yes, that part was broken, and they needed to wait off. That was just bare. You could see it through.
It was really obvious, too.
And I was talking about another effect that if they screw up, people are going to joke about it until the end of time.
Yeah.
Disco Yeti 2.
Yeah. Let's not spoil that.
It's a fun ride. I don't think it gets enough credit because a lot of people are just like, oh, it's the same technology they used for the other Harry Potter ride. I'm like, well, Universal...
It's also kind of bullshit.
Nah, that's not true.
Yeah, it is not. I knew it wasn't true. It doesn't feel like that because, the other ride is not on a roller coaster track. This is different. This is like a roller coaster that spins on wheels, and it scares the crap out of me when you take off, when you're looking down. That's great.
The tilt track.
I love the Verbolten spot, too.
Yeah.
No, that's actually the tilt track.
I love that a lot.
Verbolten has a drop track, much like 13. You guys have a tilt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. It's a fun ride.
And I will say Gringotts is best when you're in the back row because you're the highest on that tilt. And when it drops, when you're in the front, it's not as impactful as it is when you're up in the back.
And you're in the back, I guess there's...
all this talking about this gets me hyped.
You don't get hyped, you stay hyped, right, Tristan?
I know.
That was for you, Aaron. Thought you'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I did. But yeah, I thanks for telling me about the background. I'll never sit in the background now because I do not want to feel that impact.
I know.
I feel the impact of the first row even. I mean,
If I didn't know Sro and Disney, man, I would have been a chump and waited in the front, and then I would have missed out on the best part.
It's not as cool in the front because the way that the track is set up when that effect happens, you are next to the ground basically, and it's not as cool as you are as if you're that high up. Yeah, I'm worried about Forbidden Journey getting 3D in Japan.
Look, I'll say this right here now.
I want to go to Japan.
Japan.
Hollywood's probably going to get it too. Don't worry.
Yeah. A long time ago.
You don't want that.
Hate to Fly said this.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and Hollywood would not be getting that, but they would be getting all of what Orlando was supposed to have.
Yeah.
So I'm more or less believing that there's no 3D for Hollywood, but you're going to get all those effects that were canceled for Orlando due to budget cuts.
Yes.
Mm.
And I think Hollywood may get the Great Hall, too.
I know. Here's the thing, the Great Hall, if they would have done it, you have already seen permits, and you have already seen another structure getting made right next to Forbidden Journey.
I guess.
True.
I mean, that's stuff you can take into consideration, but you don't know if
And on
it's
top of
total
all that,
yet.
it would make sense cohesively with the Hogwarts Castle.
True.
Yep.
True. Okay, yeah, you got a point there.
So yes, that's the Potter talk for the day, and we're gonna go
Oh,
on
yeah,
now. Okay, so we've asked all the questions here that are in the chat right now. Yeah, exactly, Vic, what's true. Another reason to make people vomit on Forbidden Journey.
Actually, no, they would have to make the ride a lot more tame.
You have to, because it's wicked as it is. If you put 3D aspect to that too, it's going to create a lot of problems.
And Japan's like really, really like kids version of it.
I can't imagine Forbidden Journey like toned down like that level.
It's really bad over there, like how tame it is.
In terms of Horror Nights, it didn't seem really tame. Wait a minute, did they stop doing Japan Halloween Horror Nights? Because now it's just like
No.
No.
No, actually, I think they even kept Hogsmeade to open over there, but they haven't done anything Horror Nights related.
Oh.
Which makes me think Hollywood may actually see a change within the next year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope.
I'm legitimately thinking here Hollywood is going to see a major change in the upper lot, unfortunately. And I think we've
I
all
hope it's for the positive, though. I'm just kidding.
And it may really suck, but it may work out in the long run.
No, I definitely agree. I think I think it's gonna suck at first, for sure.
Especially if it is what I think is going to happen with, like, if they remove almost all scare zones in the upper lot.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
That wouldn't necessarily be fun.
No, it would not be. It's kind of
But
actually be pretty shitty. Not gonna lie.
Japan's already done it, though, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I guess.
I would say Forbidden Journey as its own right now is really, really the furthest thing from tame you're ever gonna get.
Yeah, so that's why, and also, the only way to make JK happy is to really eliminate all noise of horror-related stuff.
Mm.
I'm just gonna move to Orlando to solve this problem, dude.
And unfortunately, with Horror Nights, you're going to have to see the scare zones in the upper lot get gone.
Oh man.
If you want to have Hogsmeade, which I think for a capacity reason, you have to have it.
It will be worth it, trust me.
Yeah, which sucks. It legitimately sucks, but it will work in the long run. You have 2 new attractions on your belt. You have dozens of shops and restaurants, and a lot more space for people to walk.
But you guys didn't have a retrofitted kids coaster that you turned into Flight of the Hippogriff, did you?
No, we're actually getting a new one.
You're getting something completely different.
No, we're just getting the same ride as Japan and Orlando.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, it's supposed to be announced. Because there's supposed to be a broadcast actually June 2nd, and they're going to talk a lot.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, it's going to be on Universal Studios Hollywood's YouTube channel. If you ever want to check that out, it's on June 2nd. So just let that be said.
People like, oh, and by the way, Universal sponsored me to say that, so yeah, go check it out.
And then on
well, to be more honest, it makes a lot of sense.
No, it does.
It's also a nice 1-2 punch for Hollywood because right after that, my opinion, they announced Insidious, and we have our first announcement for Houses.
I agree. Insidious will be the first announcement for Horror Nights.
Yep.
And then
into the movie.
Nope. It's gonna be
August.
It's gonna be Freddy vs. Jason. Just kidding.
I think Freddy vs. Jason Sterilite. I think it's gonna be the Clowns 3D.
That's what I was thinking that they were gonna do. They're gonna announce Freddy vs. Jason at Scare LA.
I think Scare LA is gonna be your outside the box property.
Ah,
which means we're gonna be in a real fun time. But
no, what I was thinking too, what happens if John Carpenter comes and they release Halloween?
That makes sense.
Halloween would be likely, but once again, I don't think The Walking Dead's going to be announced at all until, like, the last thing.
I don't think so.
Because it's kind of like the Clowns of Horror Nights.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's the beginning. I don't think it's the end. It's somewhere in the middle because that proves how unimportant this year it is, and it's just another house, and that's all it is this year. No focal point, nothing. It's just another house.
Okay.
So I don't think that's the direction they're going. I really don't.
You're thinking it's a focal point?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
I'm kind of leaning towards that, to be honest.
I'm leaning towards FBJ being the focal point.
I don't know, dude.
Something that was said today on the message board, I'm thinking right now is probably going to be the truth, and I believe this was OU as well. When it comes down to it, what I'm thinking right now is we are going to get a lot of announcements, and they're going to come very far apart from each other. I don't think that they're going to be bing, bang, boom. I think we're going to have to wait.
Similar to like what last year left us.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I don't think The Walking Dead is going to be anywhere near the focal point of the event. And I'll say this, because this was said on OU. When it comes down to it, that Jack video that we saw,
Truth.
I don't think that's all of it. I think that Jack's not alone, and I think that we're going to see some more maniacs joining Jack. And I don't just mean fans of the event. I mean we're going to see some different maniacs, ones that we're really going to be running from at the event. I think that FBJ is part of that announcement.
That's what leads me to what I said earlier. We're going to see a lot more of what we're going to see a lot more than what we're expecting.
This before Nightmares. Freddy, Jack, and Jason, the three vocal points of Halloween Horror Nights for this year, but Jack is for Orlando. Freddy and Jason is for Hollywood. And
I think Freddy vs. Jason's going to Orlando, though.
I think it will.
But I know what you're saying as like a main thing. Yes, Freddy vs. Jason will be Hollywood's for sure.
I saw this perfectly, and I think they're gonna have Freddy and Jason in the 25 commercial, and I think they're gonna cut Jack from the 2015 commercial.
He'll be replaced by Michael Myers.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be replaced by Michael, and maybe there might be a little mention of like a ghost face in the commercial, but that won't be by much.
Okay, Hollywood, I think, will be Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, and a little bit of Insidious because it's so popular.
Yeah.
I think Orlando is going to be Jack, Freddy, Jason, and Ghostface, with another little mention of Insidious.
I agree. I sincerely agree.
It would not surprise me if that's the case. I think that's the best route that they could choose, to be honest.
And Freddy and Jason are two powerhouses that really will bring money.
Well, everybody loves Freddy and everybody loves Jason, so there you go.
And combine them both and that working together.
It's just like why the AVP, everybody loves the Xenomorph and everybody loves the Predator, so there you go.
Yeah, but now you're dealing with AVP was one of the most popular mazes in Horror Nights history on crowd level.
Yeah.
And I think Universal has realized, for Hollywood's sake, they're going to have to do this. And I think they're going to have two sub-icons.
Could you imagine if we go back to that same video that we had before, and all of a sudden you see a very familiar silhouette with the finger knives, and then you see a very familiar silhouette of a giant man with a machete, and then all of a sudden they're going towards each other, and they get right to the middle, and the next thing you know, Jack comes out of the middle, and they're getting ready to fight, and Jack starts laughing maniacally, and Jack's the one that brought them together.
I think that's the case for Orlando.
That's the Orlando. That's what I see. I don't think that's the last thing we're going to see of that specific area that was in the video. I think it's going to be done numerous times this year.
I agree.
I just wonder what Hollywood will be at then.
Hollywood, I think, will be kind of the same announcement video, but it won't have Jack.
No.
Maybe it might actually have Freddy's laughter and the shh.
Welcome to my world, bitch.
Coming from different sections. You hear the jump rope children on one side, and then you hear the and
Yeah.
No matter what, I think it's going to be kind of similar to Mark in Orlando this year.
I think so. And obviously, if something does come back, I do think that's maybe one of the last things you see in that video, like of the highlight video that's promoting the event, is you see a big werewolf jump out at someone. I think that's a possibility too.
Like, here's the thing. I would love to see, like, one giant teaser video once all the houses are announced. So you see Jack coming out first from the shadows, and then you see Freddy coming out from the shadows, and you see Jason coming out from the shadows, then Ghostface coming out, then the woman from Insidious walking, and then you have the Walker coming out, and then you have maybe inmates.
And maybe clowns with chainsaws, potentially?
Yeah, and then it all blacks out and it says, prepare for the Carnival of Shadebrook. Because it seems like that'll be a big presence this year.
Yeah, it's a good possibility. I think that the marketing this year is actually going to be pretty awesome.
I'm really excited to see Hollywood's.
I'm curious to see Hollywood's.
And if they do Freddy and Jason as the icons, they could probably announce them, like, maybe third or fourth and just have, like, they started off with the announcements and then just, like, you see them still in every single trailer, but a new character pops up each trailer.
Yep. I think in Orlando, they're all Jack's Maniacs, and one by one they're going to be introduced.
And I think for Hollywood's case, I think Freddy and Jason are going to be the leaders of that.
Oh yeah, for sure. In that case, I'd say them in front of a bunch of zombies might be entertaining. Freddy and Jason lead the zombie army.
Walkers.
Walkers. So does that sound good?
Yeah, let's go talk about something else.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
All right. So we're going to talk about ticket prices now.
Sure.
All right. Yeah, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, because I was just looking at them, and I'm really hoping the Freaking Fear Pass is not $95 because there's no way I could really. I don't know.
Two things. Number one, this is a rumor, but
yeah, I know.
Probably pretty accurate. And two, everything includes tax. Does not include tax. Is what I'm trying to say. So obviously, when I say this does not include tax. All right. If you are to be believing the rumors, a one-night ticket to Halloween Horror Nights is going to be $102.
Which nobody's going to pay.
Guess what? I think I'm canceling my hotel, man. I don't think I'm going. Just kidding.
Oh, God.
I'm just playing, man.
Okay, I'll just say this. The ticket prices, I'm really worried about you guys. I'm just really worried because it will be... It's too much.
Yeah, it is way too much.
I don't know. I thought Hollywood's was expensive, but
if anything, Hollywood's
Orlando just poops on freaking Hollywood like hardcore.
Oh.
Okay, so we're starting with...
Tristan's gone.
I saw that. Hopefully Tristan will join us momentarily. He must have got disconnected real quick. We're going to start talking about the ticket prices. $102 for one night at Halloween Horror Nights. 9 houses, 2 shows, 5 scare zones, 2 roaming hordes, supposedly, and express that may or may not be costing $130.
What happened? Yeah. I just left out of nowhere.
Hey, what happened?
What happened to me earlier?
What happened? I just left. I was just talking, then I just leave. What the heck?
I did that before we went live accidentally.
What the heck?
Okay, real quick before we go anything further with like the Express and Rush of Fear and all the stuff, Freaking Fear passes. Let's talk about real quick what the ramifications of having a Horror Nights ticket being $102 plus tax.
Not
well, it's worth it.
This game.
The problem here is you're going to see a drop in attendance if this is true.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
It may not be a good drop.
I think more people will jump to Frequent Fear because they'll get more bang for their buck that way.
Yes,
exactly.
but still, I'm kind of worried.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried if people are going to do that because that means they're going to sell out. So I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Because like, I'm
That's-
saving for that too. Like
exactly, and in the
yeah.
moment I want to buy it, it's like, sorry, you were sold out.
They might sell a lot more.
Like saving all year for a freaking Fear Pass. What do you mean they're sold?
Yeah, like seriously, dude.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm gonna rob this place right now. Watch me. I got a handful of Jack Crack. Watch out. Seriously. All right, I am ready. So for real though, seriously, I think that's exactly what people are gonna do. It's kind of like the frequent Fear Pass in Hollywood.
Mhm.
You know, they give it for like $160 for like basically half the dates that you can go, and that's what most people do. But they only sell a certain amount, and they sell out quickly. But the Rush of Fear is only how many days? 4? Is it 4 days?
Rush of Fear is the first 2 weeks of the event.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Wow.
First 2 weeks of the event for less than what one night costs. It's
Yeah.
actually worth it to get a frequent Fear Pass than it is to get a one-day ticket.
Shows how much I pay attention. But
Shall learn soon, sir. No worries.
But yeah, I just think a lot of people are definitely going to do that if they see that the mission is 102. That's nuts, dude.
Okay.
But then you have the other ticket options, which I'm sure we're going to get to, like
We are.
Friday or Saturday.
Oh
50.
yeah.
I mean, like no more paying $40 anymore. That went away like 2 years ago. But now it's like not paying half of what you'd be paying. Nobody's going to pay $102. You're going to be realistic. Nobody's going to pay full price. You'd be an idiot if you pay full price. But everyone's going to go for discounted tickets. I mean, especially like but they have their restrictions though for the Coca-Cola discount. Like, don't you have to live in Florida and Georgia to get them?
Yeah.
Florida,
Yeah.
Georgia.
Florida or Georgia.
Oh, I was like, you have to live in both? That makes perfect
You
sense.
have to live literally on the Florida-Georgia line.
I was like, wow, that makes perfect sense, dude.
Kind of like how I think Horror Nights does it with like Arizona and California.
Wait, they do that?
Well, it depends on some Burger Kings.
I was gonna say, this whole time, are you flipping kidding me? I was like, dude, I'm about to like commit suicide.
I was
My
just
gosh.
talking with you.
Okay.
I saw his eyes pop out of his head when you said
Dude,
that.
I was like, really, dude? Really? I was like,
But okay, like Chris said, it's true. Just like with a one-day Universal ticket and a one-day Disney ticket, that's not the Magic Kingdom because people do that. Who pays full price without discounts for Halloween Horror Nights, really?
It's a
Exactly.
dumb move.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Exactly.
But it's there, and people are going to look at it, and they're going to go to try to buy a ticket, and the very helpful team member is going to be like, well, you could also get like 6 nights of the event for this amount of money, and you can actually get a little less. It's like, no, I just want to go one night. Okay, sir, thank you. Have a
I
nice
mean,
day.
if you pay the full price, you must be an idiot, or rich and idiot. So there you
Uninformed
Yeah.
too.
go. Yeah.
Because
Well, that's true. I mean, if you for example, like if people aren't familiar or like they don't know, they're gonna pay the full price.
Yeah, exactly.
And
And I've
that's
seen
when
it.
people are like, yeah, just people don't know, and you're like, oh my gosh, like you just want to help them, but you can't.
I have before, actually. I've helped people in line before. I was like,
Oh
don't
yeah,
do
you're
that.
like, don't buy full admission.
And
Don't-
before people like start bitching and moaning about the prices when they see them when they finally are released, Universal's going to do whatever they can, whether you're purchasing them in the park or if you have like. Is there ever a number to call when you're purchasing it online? Because I'm thinking like I could purchase my freaking Fear Pass online.
I call to purchase them.
Yeah, I
Now,
think so.
oh, that's a good question for you actually. In mid-sentence of my question, can you buy a freaking Fear Pass in person to avoid the online fees?
As long as it's available, yes.
Now, if you buy them at the gate, are they still the same price, or like, because in Hollywood, for example, like if you buy your tickets online, you get a cheaper discount or whatever. Yeah, that's serious.
It seems kind of opposite. Like you buy them online, you get a cheaper discount instead of like buying them in person, you get a cheaper discount.
Yeah, no, Hollywood, like you get them on like you get them cheaper online And then if you buy them at gate, you don't like get that special. It's really weird.
I'm pretty sure it's the same price if you buy them online or buy them at the gate.
I'm pretty sure too, because Orlando's pretty fair. They're like,
I don't know about these prices. They're being fair.
yeah, not the prices, but
Okay, so like we're talking about the Florida resident or the Burger King discount or the annual pass discount. There is a single night ticket on a night that's not a Friday or a Saturday,
right?
and the rumor is it's supposed to be $50. That's not bad.
That's
No.
great. But
That's basically a pay for a day of the park and you get the ticket for $50. So
yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's
worth
not
it.
bad at all.
yeah, that's great.
I'm wondering
But
if
that's
people
a
are gonna
single.
leave, but
That's a
again,
single night.
that's true.
with nine houses, who can afford to only go one night without like going all out and getting express or doing an RIP tour? Or...
Yeah, you have to.
Well, that was the whole thing when I go to Orlando. I was like, I just would not be able to do like one night, and that's why, I was going to do the express and just get everything out of the way in one night. But I think you're going to make more money. I mean, you're going to pay less, and you get to go to the event way more. So that allows you to experience, let's say, you hit all the mazes in, 2 days, but then you have the other 2 days to hit the other mazes again, or houses. So, and you're going to have a different experience every night, and that's what I like about going to, like, Horror Nights, is it's like, okay, I remembered this from this previous night, but then you go again, and it could be a completely different experience, and that's what makes it so enjoyable going night after night after night, especially with the zones. The zones are completely, different when you go night after night and, experiencing it, because, you're just going to see different techniques to scare people. It's really cool.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just saying, like, when you're in a house, you're kind of, like, restricted to, like, how you have to play that character and how you have to scare, and, that's kind of, it's different than the zones, for sure.
Plus, like with Bayou of Blood, if you go one night, you may see something you may not ever see again. So.
Truth.
Yeah, let's talk about that, Travis.
I mean, hey, I could say that with Hollywood, Bill and Ted. Okay.
Oh, God.
No, don't.
You are. Oh, man, I feel so sorry for you guys.
Dude, it was so lame. I was like,
know.
and it was like, it was only like 2 weeks in the event, and the Bill and Ted show was gone. It was like 2 weeks, and then it's like, oh, we're taking Bill and Ted away. Yeah, have fun. And we're still going to keep the prices the same because, we're lame, so yeah.
Wow.
I'm really hoping this year they...
I feel bad for the cast of Bill and Ted during that time. 'Cause, they freaking auditioned and they, worked for that. And then it's like, hey, you're fired because somebody thought you said you were gay, so cool. Like, wow.
And then Halloween Horror Nights, like, not that it matters. Well, it kind of does matter because, Hollywood's website is still, like, last year. Like, Orlando's on the ball. Orlando's all ready for this year's event.
Yeah,
no. It still says 2014.
Yeah.
Hollywood hasn't started yet.
Hollywood is like, see you in 2015.
Yeah.
Freaking chump. Give me something I want something to see, okay? I don't want to see the boring Walker from last year, all right?
Yeah, exactly.
Give it another week. Give it another week and a half. You'll see something.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and we're gonna probably next week. I'm really hoping it's more than just like, hey, it's John. Like, hey, I'm John Murray, and welcome to a very special behind the screens. Look, yes, I know it's a crappy John Murray impression, but be honest, what would you really expect for an announcement video?
Not, something less than Orlando, because Orlando's. I'm just saying Mike is better. I don't know John Murray. I do know John Murray. I'm saying Mike is better.
I know John really. He's kind of a problem, but I'll just say this: I really hope next year there's a new creative director.
For what event? Sorry, I had to get a jacket because it's cold.
Hollywood.
Yeah, rain.
In Hollywood? Well, I know the rumor right now is John's last year in Hollywood.
I think
he's kind of expressed that on Twitter a little bit, but like, you gotta kind of read between the lines. He was tweeting like something about how long he wanted to be doing Horror Nights. He did reply to somebody saying he signed a 10-year contract. He initially did. debating if going to do this more. So we'll see what he decides to do. I honestly think he would be to be honest, I think it would be really stupid for him to just leave. Because he's done so much for the event. He's done a lot to the event. John and Chris have both put so much time
If
and
anything, I think Chris is going to step up.
But
I think they're a package deal.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like Chris and John have put so much in the event, and
But you also got to remember, John's not what he used to be. Because now he has 2 lovely daughters. He's right now working on the nighttime tours, which is straight in beyond belief. He's right now working on a secret future attraction for the park.
Horror World.
So really, I think we need to give John a break.
No, I agree, but look, obviously John's passion is horror. There's no denying that.
Yes, but it seems like he's trying to get away from this a little bit.
I don't think he's trying to.
You think it's something with Comcast?
I think so. I don't think. I'm just kidding.
It's always corporate. Just kidding.
Yeah, no, no. I'm just messing around. I mean, ultimately, I do think Murdy does want a break. I mean, doing something. It doesn't matter what it is. If you do something for a certain amount of time, for years upon years, or whatever the case may be, you want a break.
Yeah, definitely.
You want a break, and yes, you do get a break, but we know how Horror Nights is. It doesn't stop. Once Horror Nights this year begins for 25, they're already working on 26. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, but once again, John does take his little break with Horror Nights for like a month.
Well, yeah, that's during like holidays and all that stuff. But I mean, still, even then, it's not enough time.
Reading scripts after all, but really, I'm really curious about the creative consultant for the Terror Tramp, and if it's not Freddy vs. Jason, we could be. I think it might as well be our chance of actually seeing what a new creative director could do.
Well, that's what I was essentially thinking, that maybe the new creative director, if this is the case, if the new creative director is doing the original concept this year, and they're going to announce it live at Scare LA, saying we have a special announcement, and that being
a Scare LA announcement.
I mean, it was just something that was thrown out there, but everybody.
It's going to be a very interesting thing, but I think we're going to see maybe either Brad Fuller, or I think
Brad Fuller will definitely have something to do with this year for sure.
Or I think we're going to see a taste of the new creative director.
Yeah, I can see that.
Continue.
I can see that, absolutely.
No, I was just talking about Saron because we kind of interrupted him.
No worries. It's basically, when it comes down to it, I think that they are really trying to decide what they want to do right now. And if they're going to bring in a new creative director, I think that this person is also going to have his hands on this year, but in like a smaller. Maybe that's the person that's being brought in to work on the Terror Tram potentially. If it's the new creative director.
I actually wouldn't be surprised. I would actually be welcome for it too.
I think that's a great way to start the new creative director.
And the best way to start him is to start him small. Amazing.
I'm sorry, but Vic in the freaking chat.
Yeah, I'm reading this too.
Wait, what was it?
Craig Nicotero, because that's what we were making fun of last time. Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Stuff talking about Murdy being a troll and things like that.
God.
I didn't say it, they did. So there. Murdy still talks to me.
Where did Aaron go?
Aaron stepped out. He hopefully will be returning soon. He must have had an issue. He does have very wonky Wi-Fi sometimes, so that may be why he got knocked out.
Cool. Well, I'll come back.
Yes.
Vic.
So, yeah, basically what we're doing right now is I think that this year is going to be interesting because
absolutely
a lot of the things that Hollywood could possibly do, I don't think that we're sharing. I really think Scare LA is going to be I don't think it's a share. I think it's going to be just a Hollywood-only announcement.
Well, I mean, you have to think about it, too. Scare LA has always kind of been like that. Insidious was the first time, and they did American Werewolf in London, and now I'm assuming they're going to follow that trend. And I just don't know what it would be.
Halloween does make sense if John Carpenter's at
That's what
LA.
I'm saying. Like, if John Carpenter comes in, I mean, they had, the next person to me, you have John Landis, who's a complete, just, master. He just completely just made a masterpiece of a movie. So now you go down and you look at John Carpenter, who made Halloween. Come on,
Oh, how old is he?
Who, John Carpenter?
Like, I'd be really wondering how old.
Siri, how old's John? I'm just kidding.
We live in the age of electronics.
I'm actually Googling it right now. He's 67. He's born January 16th, 1948.
Let's see what John Landis's age
He's like
is.
80, dude. Just kidding.
God.
He's 64.
Yeah, see? What does age have to do? You're telling me he's too old, he can't work with
Well, I
Hornets?
just thought that he.
Oh, it's too scary. It might give me a heart attack.
Well, here's the thing.
Cocaine. What?
I'm not exactly sure he's open to talk to the public. That
John
much.
Carpenter?
Yeah.
Dude, he was at Monsterpalooza. Not this year. I think the 2014 or 13 he was at Monsterpalooza. I'm pretty sure. If I'm wrong, well, I just lied to you guys. But no, I think he really was. I'm not joking. I really do think he was at Monsterpalooza.
Maybe it's like half and half, because if Hollywood really wanted to do something exclusive, they would announce two things.
True.
And much like what you said, I think, on one of the last podcasts you and I were on, it could very well be a creative director and John Carpenter.
Yeah, or it's kind of a two-punch here. Hey, we're announcing that this is our last year, me and Chris, and then we're gonna announce the maze that everybody wants to come to Hollywood, which would be essentially yes, trick or treat, but no. Everybody, been wanting Halloween. Seriously, a lot of people been wanting Halloween, and a lot of people were pissed off that Halloween went to Orlando and not, Hollywood.
Welcome back, Aaron.
Well, welcome back, Alex.
We're continuing that too, sweet.
Whoa, I cannot hear.
Aaron, did
Can
you
you
get
hear me, Matt? Dude, I think this guy's too old to show up at Scare LA. Just kidding.
What is with my volume? I can't hear you guys for some reason.
Aaron, can you hear me?
Can you
No,
hear me
it's
now?
not as loud as it should be.
Oh.
Did you get attacked by Hoodie Man?
Can you hear me now?
No, my phone died, and it's hot right now. It's been hot for like the past hour, but like I just put it on the charger. I can't hear you guys. Like I have the volume way up loud too.
Huh.
Did you turn your ringer?
Ringer, I just turned my ringer on to see if it would work.
See, I'm not the only one that would try that, alright?
I didn't hear that loud buzzing, so I didn't hear anything. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, no, the buzzing is just like me switching. Oh no, that's just because the ringer's on. But now the ringer's off, and I still can't hear you guys.
Well,
Very well.
Here we go.
That's crazy. How is that possible? Like,
how about you turn your phone off, turn it on, or turn it off, turn it on and turn it on, turn it off and then turn it back on.
You're becoming James.
I know.
yeah, I guess I'll do that because like it does that when it dies, and then it goes back on after like 3 minutes pass.
Yeah, sometimes your phone can glitch out, so just join back.
Okay, all right.
Cool.
You're literally becoming James.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
You know
How's this
what?
happening?
You know what, Aaron? I really like you.
Oh, man.
It's alright, Oliver.
Oh, man. Hip, hip, cheerio. Okay, here's the thing, though. Let's continue to talk about these ticket prices real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I know.
Let's do that.
They're like, what are these people talking about, man?
Yeah, it's like we went 3 hours the other night talking NXT, and it glitched on us and only gave an hour and 47 minutes of content.
That sucks.
Yeah, tell me about it. Anybody listening in the chat that listened to that, I apologize for that. That was horrible. Hopefully tonight won't be the same way. So if you watch this on archive, hopefully you get to hear all of this.
I remember what it was.
What is that?
Now I have to get rid of my face. How do I get rid of my face?
Turn off the camera.
You're off camera.
Just block it with your thumb. Just kidding.
There we go. Jesus
No,
Christ.
how I did it before, I did a voice call, not a video call, so I was making myself like an idiot.
What a
No,
chump.
Hoodie Man confirmed.
Revenge of the Hoodie
That
Man.
was scared. Like,
Dude,
you know, my
don't even
phone
talk,
service has been
bro.
off for like
Don't
7
even
months.
talk, bro. Hey, I kind of look like a pirate.
Jack time. Gar.
Gar.
Gar, me horror nights, mateys.
Freaking
Okay.
awesome.
So let's talk about single night admission tickets for non-peak nights, Fridays and Saturdays.
Sure.
Well,
So we had the rumors for $50. For $11 more, you can get Fridays. So $61 plus tax.
Okay.
Which still, it's not bad. It's a more than half.
Now, this is just a single night admission, correct?
A single Friday night is $61 plus tax, if rumors are to be believed.
Oh, okay.
oh, well, if that's true, then I'm not gonna let any of my friends say I gotta work on Friday night. I'm like, no, you're gonna go to Halloween Hearts with me. It's $61. It's pretty cheap. I'm not going on a night where.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the
That's the
case, I mean,
problem.
come on.
Yeah.
So the problem, what I'm wondering is, are they going to sell a limited of those tickets, where they're only going to sell a certain amount, and then that forces people to buy the big general admission?
I wouldn't be surprised.
You know, this is the first year I think it may be a possibility, because normally they don't limit things, but I think this year it may happen.
Because I mean, if that's the case, the tickets are going up. They're going to want people to purchase the general admission, the big general admission.
Yeah.
So what I was thinking is, I'm wondering if they're only going to sell a certain amount, and once they're sold out, they're sold out, and then you have to, if you want to go to Horror Nights that night, you have to pay the $102. It
Well,
would not surprise me if that's the case.
But isn't the deal? I mean, obviously, I've never done the single admission, like those kind of tickets, because I've always stuck with the pass of sorts.
Right.
But when it comes down to it, isn't the $50 for the non-peak night? Isn't that you have to have a park ticket in order to get that $50 ticket? As kind of like a stay and scream type price.
I do
No.
not know.
No,
Change-
yeah, because
change
it's a
it
separate
around.
ticketed event. You can just go to the event, and
Yeah.
stay and scream is an option. But
Yeah. And stay and scream is basically if you're in the park by 5 o'clock in one of the designated areas, you can stay.
Okay.
And if you don't get in there by 5 o'clock, then you're gonna have to wait outside the arch with everyone else.
Well,
Sounds like a plan.
I think it's a lot better for locals more than anything else.
I can agree with that. But then again, locals would probably get off work at 5 o'clock and then have to get over to Universal.
Sure, and there'd be a lot of traffic.
Yep. I don't deal with any of this, so that's not something I have any stake in.
I won't have to deal with it either.
Yes, we will take the bus from Cabana Bay, and we'll already be in the park that time, so no worries.
So
I got to pull an errand, Cabana Bay.
you're probably gonna do.
Bay with the bay.
I love Cabana Bay.
I guess the thing you guys are probably gonna do is that you guys are gonna start off over probably.
Well, first thing is, what we're going to do is we're going to take a fistful of Jack Crack, go straight over to Universal, alright? And we're going to have a blast. So we're good.
I was trying to actually talk serious, and you took a joke and take it out of the way.
Oh, sorry.
Just fucking with you.
Damn. You actually made me feel bad. I was like, damn.
and
Yeah, I was
Tristan,
like, damn. I just feel like a complete asshole right there. Wow.
and Tristan, we have Blinky cups. We have
Oh,
souvenir cups that you can get for $10.
Best
count
ass
me
moments.
in. Count me in.
Yes, Cabana Bay is the real. Yes, agreed.
The
That's what I'm
real.
As the Iron Sheik would say, Cabana Bay is the real.
Are you guys
The
gonna do
real.
like the stay and scream?
What's
Or it's like the Hard Rock entry and all that?
I've never done the hotel entrance before. I think I may do it once just to do it.
just to try it and be like, yeah, I've been there, done that. What's up?
Because here's the thing. If the locations are where I think things are going to be, the place that I really would want to stay and scream would probably be Diagon, because that's a good one, and the one that I usually stay and scream at's Finnegan's. But I'll say right now, if my house ends up at Shrek, I'm going to be staying screaming at Lucy Plaza.
Yeah.
I'm going straight there the second that I'm allowed to.
And you're going to try to watch the opening ceremony as it happens.
I tried to last year when we were... After the compound was over, we pretty much left at Lucy Plaza.
What is Orlando's opening ceremony? Like, what exactly is it? What did they
last year was The Purge, and then the year before that was The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
And
what
the
exactly
cool thing about opening ceremony, it's not
similar to Hollywood.
Whoa.
No. It's not on a grand scale like Hollywood, because I guess,
Oh, The Purge had fireworks.
Yeah, The Purge had fireworks, but, people weren't running like they were in Hollywood. But, it's really cool, though, because if you go to the...
pretty fast.
Yeah. But it's cool, though, because if you go to the advanced team member screaming preview, they do the ceremony there, too.
Yep.
Play preview.
They did it last year.
And the year before that, because I went both years, and they did the same opening ceremony, so I feel like I wasn't missing anything, because I always wanted to be part of a ceremony.
That's cool.
If anything, this year I think it might be Jack watching you right before the gates open. He calls you out, getting ready for the blood and the gore to be shed, and there's one warming horde in Hollywood already.
That's cool.
I think it's the Chainsaw Drill team.
Do you think it might be Jack leading them in the opening ceremony?
I think Chances is going to be the distraction on the ground, at the top side. I think she's going to do the same thing that they did with the Purge, and I think Jack is going to be on the ground.
Okay.
Leading with the Chainsaw Drill team behind him.
Because, if Chance is a ground distraction, then I'm not going to pay attention to Jack at all. Who's going to pay attention to Jack?
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
I might.
Yeah, because you're on the Jack crab. There you go.
Yeah,
I'll take video of both, so no worries there.
That's funny.
Depending where we go, it really depends on where everything is. Honestly, where we decide to stay and scream.
True.
Being at Cabana Bay, we can do the hotel entrance. That would definitely work. And I would love to do the AP stuff, but that's right after.
Uh-huh.
You guys come in right after that, so you won't be a part of the annual pass holder nights.
True. Boo-hoo.
What's the dog barking?
Oh, I was about to say, don't ask. I'll be back. I don't know what my dog's barking at.
So basically, Vic says, and I don't know about the hotel entrance, so I've never done it before. There's a back entrance you take that you show your key and your ticket. You go through the metal detector, and you're quickly in. So that's cool. It sounds kind of like the annual pass holder entrance, somewhat.
Dude, my dog just attacked somebody. Holy crap.
That's not good.
You should.
Dude, my dog is a straight up G. It literally just attacked somebody.
Certified G.
Yes,
It's a certified.
With a G6.
Bonafide stud.
No, I just came. My brother just came, and my dog attacked him. It was awesome.
The great thing is you marked out for that. That's great.
Dude, no, I was so stoked. I was so glad. It's funny. Just kidding.
Okay, so let's talk about the frequent fear passes, because they seem to be the best option overall for your money.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, for a regular frequent fear pass, the rumor is it's $95 without any discounts. If it's AP, it's $84. This is all with worrying about tax.
Right.
And if you add, Vic says Tristan's dog is Cujo.
Yes. You know it.
So if you add Fridays, it becomes Frequent Fear Plus, and it's $111 for Frequent Fear Plus without discounts. And if you're a pass holder, it goes to $99. Which, I mean, they're good deals, but the one problem I have is there's no option for Saturday tickets.
the question I have is, are they going to have freaking Fear Express?
They almost. This is not a favorable opinion, I'm sure, and I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I would really like if they either figure out how to structure Express better or get rid of it entirely. Express is a serious issue.
You're about to piss off the entire commenters in this.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're going to piss off, like, the whole HHN universe, because, like, you know, because if they get rid of Express Pass, if you get rid of Express Pass,
My
you have
God, you sound so
to
similar
like
to someone.
a new program to make sure you can bypass the lines. But even with Express, you don't bypass anything. You still wait in a line. That's the part. Because I've done Express before, but I get a different pass because of a medical reason. But I've been through Express.
How long's the line in Express?
It varies.
Like, what's the longest you've ever seen it?
I think Gillies and Gore is always the longest for the Express, isn't it?
Yeah, that was ridiculous. That was like 30 minutes.
Disaster is long.
Oh, wait, you pay money to like skip it, and you still have to wait.
It's like a 30-minute line to get in it from Express.
Why does it take so long? Do you guys? What's the process of actually dealing with Express? Like, how does it work?
Capacity.
Yep.
So
that's what I'm thinking.
See, but where Hollywood, they don't care about that. They just scan your thing and you're like, get out of my way.
Well, I'm not going to back this up with a statement because I don't know for a fact, but because of personal experience. But I can also say that when you are going to the Express line when it's raining, sometimes team members aren't always there to scan your ticket. Because I know some people that actually had that happen to them.
So they're like, wow.
So they could use it more than once, and the Express Pass is only for one walkthrough of each house, and the first showing of building.
It is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is why I
Go ahead.
I do admit it might be a good idea to get rid of the Express or retune it.
Retune it. Okay, that's a better idea. Retune it and make it more expensive and let them. Okay, what about an Express option where it's unlimited Express for a higher price point?
That's what I was about to ask you. Do you guys offer something that Hollywood offers? They offer like a VIP, for example, where it's unlimited front of the line. That's basically what it is. But if you pay more for it, so like you said, get rid of the Express and allow people to pay more money, so more people aren't going to really pay.
That's the RIP, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it covers you for every house. It goes through every scare zone. It gives you premium seats for Bill and Ted. But after the tour is over, it gives you Express for the rides for the rest of the night.
Oh, just the rides only?
I'm pretty sure it doesn't give you anybody that has experience in the chat has experience with the RIP tour, because I wasn't able to do one the last couple of years. I'm trying this year, maybe. Can you let me know or let us know if there is any access Express-wise after you lose your RIP guide? Because I'm pretty sure once your guide goes away, your access goes away.
That's 100% BS.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
And okay, so because there was a question about that, because I went to Bill and Ted last year, and I wanted to sit in the first row in the center, and the first 3 rows were taped off.
Friends and family.
So friends and family. Okay.
I was about to say Bill and Ted wasn't in Hollywood.
I know Bill and Ted in Orlando. I mean, so I do Hollywood for obvious reasons, dumb reason too.
First 2 rows are friends and family.
Yeah, first 2 rows are friends
and family. Isn't the third row then like Express?
Yeah.
I've been in 3rd row and not Express, so.
They probably thought you had Express. They're probably like, this guy has a lot of style. We're letting him in.
Yes.
He has. This guy has a poncho on while everybody else is wearing shorts. We're definitely letting this guy.
I'm wearing shorts and have a poncho on, so there.
Bam! Even better.
It was the first 3 rows, and then so they say friends and family. I'm like, okay. So then we sat like in the 9th or 8th row, and tell me this: one guy comes, friends and family, and he sits there. It's just one guy in all 3 rows. Just one guy.
That's a dick move.
But there's a list.
That's something like I would do.
It sounds like something you, James, would do.
Oh my God.
We're not getting kicked out of Bill and Ted, Tristan.
All right.
I refuse. I will not let us get kicked out of Bill and Ted.
Yeah, that would be totally bogus.
All right, hey, we'll be cool and get kicked out of miniature golf, all right?
No, we're not getting kicked out of miniature golf.
We're not getting
Yeah,
kicked
you'll
out
get
of here.
kicked out right from the get-go.
No, dude, we ain't get kicked out nowhere, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
we're gonna have
enjoying my
a-
time, dude. I'm
Yeah.
enjoying it.
Absolutely.
The last thing I want to do is be a thug, all right?
Look alive.
So there's another rumor right now going around about Express, which is interesting.
Sure.
There's supposedly going to be an after 10 Express.
Oh yeah, I heard about that, and it was going to be for a lower price.
Yeah, $70 instead of a lot higher than that.
Which now
That's almost half.
Which makes me think that for now on, Horror Nights in your guys' community will be over 1 a.m.
It's funny because I was talking to Brian about that on Twitter, and I think that I was saying 1, 2, and 3, but then Brian's like, no, 3 probably wouldn't work. And I was thinking, are we going to get rid of the midnight closings, or are we going to just go to 1s and 2s? I mean, we don't know either way at this point. Anything is possible.
It's going to have to be the 1s and 2s.
Yeah, no,
I think so.
it really is going to have to be, and maybe during the last weekend go until 3. They may have to go until 3 in the next couple of years, because if they start doing 9 houses every year, you're going to have to give the people a substantial amount of time, especially if the attendance skyrockets every year, to try to get everything done in one night.
That or if Disaster and Kid Zone all goes away next year, you're dealing with 3 house spaces gone, and you're going to have to move somewhere else.
There's 2. You could, I mean, the 2-park event is probably what you're leading to.
I think that's the future.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's a lot of dead space in IOA that you cannot use.
True, but
a lot of dead space in IOA.
Yeah, no, because even though my first year was in 2005, Tales of Terror in IOA, it just did not. It was scary because I was, I don't know, like 15, 14 at the time. But like looking back at it, there's no space. It all felt really tight.
Yeah, but now you have the Hogwarts Express. Maybe that could be like just, hey, you're just going to be transported over there, and then no magic, nothing, just like horror-based music, just like waiting, and then you just like Lost Continent, Seuss Landing, Mars Superior Island, Toon Lagoon, and Jurassic Park.
Well, the year when they go back to 2 parks, the ticket prices for that year are going to be very interesting and probably the most expensive in history.
You're going to have all those doctors, though, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so IOA right now, Hulk's supposed to get like the refurb this year, so that's going to be something.
I'm hearing it's going to be before Horror Nights.
Yeah, someone said on Atlanta United that it would be closed come September.
Yep, that's what I heard.
And it would reopen possibly in December, early January, with a little bit of prefabricated track and possibly new trains.
So, what's going to be closed in September?
Hulk.
Oh, the Hulk. Oh, I thought one of you said like the whole park. I'm like, what?
No. But yeah, apparently it seems like Disney Universal has that Marvel contract finally settled.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And actually it's very good for both ends.
Exactly.
So, yeah, so it really all makes sense in the long run to them. Like, you have Hulk, you got Stormforce, you got Spider-Man, and that's for 3 attractions already for Horror Nights. Then you can do one of the water rides in Toon Lagoon. You can do Jurassic Park River Adventure, and then have like the Raptor Encounter, Popeye, maybe the extended queue of Spider-Man.
That's interesting.
It would be crazy, but possible.
Well, there's always the Carnage Warehouse if it's still around by then.
I don't think that's gonna stay.
It'll probably be part of the new
Avengers
version of. Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be.
Yeah, which is unfortunate, but
I think that they may try somehow to get 1 year of it for Horror Nights, just because it was originally for Horror Nights, and even if it's going away for the new expansion, I would think that they're going to try to get 1 year out of it.
you think next year might be that one time?
Yes, I do.
I think it's possible because now you're dealing with 3 house locations gone.
Yep.
And you're going to have to go to the 2 park situation.
Not necessarily.
True. Sure, you do have some locations in North Florida, but they're now starting to grow thin.
You have Men in Black you can utilize.
True. You have at least the Men in Black tent next to the Simpsons and more closer to Men in Black's building.
You're going to have to queue it differently, but you could still make it work.
True. I think the parade building might be moved.
Yeah, I can see that.
Then on top of all that, you have. I don't think the Mummy is going to be used for a queue. It would be a really bad idea.
You could use the overflow queue potentially, but
I'm not exactly sure that's the today.
you can't. You can't use London at all.
I think you're going to be able to use King's Cross as a form of transportation if they go to the Duke Park.
That's a possibility, but I honestly don't think that they're going to want anything involved with Horror Nights in Diagon whatsoever because
they don't even have to call it Diagon. They don't even have to call it Potter. They just say, "Hey, this is just universal transportation to Iowa."
Okay, you remember how many nice things we've had that have been destroyed by drunk people at the event? Could you imagine that happens in Diagon Alley? No way. No way that
happens. I'm
not
saying Diagon Alley is open.
No, that location itself, even to get over the Hogwarts Express. I mean, I can see that potentially, but there's all the stuff in King's Cross. Again, that could be ruined by someone who's drunk or someone that's like, "Hey guys, look what I can take."
Well,
taking one of the owl cages or...
Sounds like every other guy in Hollywood.
I don't see where you can actually get people safely from Iowa and USF.
There's got to be a walk path somewhere because obviously you have Grinchmas is technically in USF, but you're queuing up at Iowa.
The Hogwarts Express made it hard. That's the thing.
That's true. It's just maybe a lot longer of a walking path.
Maybe I do agree that it could be possible they not necessarily they could cut one location and reroute it over to Seuss Landing.
That's a possibility too, because you have that area, and unless you're going to do the Treats and Foons again, you don't have to do anything in Seuss.
Vic wrote in the chat that you cannot use Harry Potter for HHN.
No, not at all.
No, which is why I would think that the only way they could do that is just like not even say this is Potter and turn off the effects.
Maybe.
But it's still leaving a bunch of people. They're really going to have a lot of team members in that area to make sure no one does anything crazy.
Yeah. Especially if there's an accident with Hogwarts Express.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, totally. I can see that.
Yeah, there's multiple ways you can do that. One is you can probably start up from the west side of the Mummy Building, close to Rip Ride Rocket.
Yeah.
And then maybe split that up into like a house maze location entrance and then just like a path.
But think about this. A lot of the sound stages that only have one and only have used one house, some of them can do two.
Yeah.
So if they have to go that route, they could go that route. Don't forget 25 can hold two.
This would be a really bad move, though.
Yeah, agreed. But I mean, it may be the only option.
And if Fallon goes by the end of the year or sometime in the summer next year, you're already losing an entrance for a house.
I would say probably January at the latest at this rate.
Yeah, which is why... Okay, so you'd be losing the entrance for that house for the time being. You would lose Kid Zone. You would lose Disaster.
Yep.
You would lose the parade building to an extent.
Okay.
That is already 4 locations.
You need a path for the sprung. You need a new path to get to the sprung tents. It's not going to take 6 hours to get to.
This is why there was the idea of actually starting up over by the midway between Quickie Mart and the Simpsons building.
I can somewhat see that, honestly, but I don't know if they would go. But then again, either way, that's still using Springfield.
True.
Even though that you're not using Springfield, you're still having people queue up in Springfield, and I don't think they're going to touch it at all.
Well, it's not necessarily new anymore, isn't it?
I don't believe you can do anything in Springfield at all.
Yeah. I don't see anything happening in Springfield.
It just depends on how far the Kid Zone wants to go. I mean, if Kid Zone goes away and they keep ET, you could always use ET to get to the parade building.
Well, if ET goes by the...
Isn't there a rumor that ET is leaving?
There's a rumor.
No.
No.
What
Look,
about Gardens of Allah when it reopens?
Well,
Can
that's
you utilize that?
and if ET stays, that might actually become an entrance for ET.
That's what I'm hearing. Like, you remember how when they did the American Idol experience and they had the walkthrough that was coming back from close to Indiana Jones, they had the where the Star Walk, and that's how you got to Idol. I think that would be the way I would see them doing an ET from Gardens.
The thing is, already, the Gardens of Allah is supposed to be something else.
No, I know, but I mean, you have that location. Can't you just, if you have to use it for a way to get through a queue, can you do it that way?
There's the NBC Media Lab, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how that will interfere. And it already seems like we have a barrier between the pathway that was hidden.
Yeah.
So that's already posing a problem already for everything.
I hate that it cuts off my my cut through that gets me out by Kid Zone Pizza Company, which I love so much using.
And you're already losing 2 house locations right there at Kid Zone,
True.
which may really suck. So I'm actually really considering that this may be the starting jump for Iowa and Universal.
I think they're gonna have to really consider it this time around. I really do, and I think that I don't think we do need 2 parks, but I still think right now we could get away with doing 1.
Although Caretaker started off with Islands of Fear. That's the thing.
Yeah, but there's too many dead zones and islands though to try to do the park to do it by itself.
Yeah, but once again, you could probably keep Hogsmeade closed off, but have Jurassic World as like a scare zone in-house with the Raptor encounter and the Trex encounter.
Like Evolution again?
Yes, but redone to match more of a Jurassic World feel. Then you can do a Toon Lagoon, like...
Popeye.
Yeah, Popeye would have to be used. I consider Spider-Man's extended queue.
That's interesting.
I think there's enough space to do a tent.
There is. There's definitely enough space. I'm just not sure if they would go that route or not.
But what type of tent would they do? Would they do a temporary tent like the ones in Hollywood, or would they do a full-size tent?
Probably a Sprung.
Yeah. Then...
Poseidon's Fury.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Poseidon's Fury.
For Bill and Ted, they can either do the Sinbad Theater or they can do the Toon Lagoon Theater.
Toon Lagoon Theater. That theater has been custom made for Bill and Ted because it can do pyro and everything, and you don't have to do anything with closing any attraction there in order to do testing and do rehearsals and auditions, anything like that. They honestly could just use that building and no one would ever know.
Yeah, true.
And that makes it even more accessible.
And on top of all that, the Ministry's rumored to go over the Fear Factor.
Yep.
But not for a long while, so at the very least,
What?
it's pretty much like I'm getting kind of interested about what's going to go on with IOA.
Yeah, I am too.
Well,
Then-
time will tell. Time will tell.
And you'll also have Kong open next year that's going to eat a lot of the crowds if they do
Yes,
anything
so
with
that's
IOA.
going to really help out, too. If they go with IOA, like, do a straight-up IOA year to bring back the Caretaker and Cindy. Like, they could use the sound stages, and they could use IOA very well, and they can do 8 houses again.
And we bring back the Scream House for the third time, and that would be your Icon House for the year.
Yeah, this would actually be a win-win. If you think about
it. It really would.
Because first off, you have a lot more attractions in Universal Studios Florida.
You have a lot more attractions that eat people like easily.
Spider-Man, the Hulk, they can keep open Ripsaw Falls. They can keep open Jurassic Park River Adventure and actually do something like what Hollywood did.
Discovery Center is where you could put it too.
Yeah, that would be another location for a house.
Yep.
Very logistically.
I can see it working, and Vic's right. The Caretaker did debut at IOA in 2002, so it makes perfect sense.
Islands of Fear.
He comes back in 2016, and he takes Islands of Fear one more time.
Before the Terror Queen takes it over for the 30th.
See, that's what I'm thinking.
So I think we're going to see a mix. 2016 IOA, 2017... Actually, I'm thinking the Caretaker back. I think that's going to be University of Florida.
2017, you say Caretaker?
No, the director.
The director is going to be the studios, without a doubt. That's Alfred Hitchcock.
2018, I think it's going to be a mix between IOA and USF, half and half, storyteller.
Yep.
2018, The Usher, straight up studio.
Yep.
30, I think we're going to see both parks used entirely, and we're going to see the Terror Queen.
10 houses.
Yes. 5 houses IOA, 5 houses USF.
Exactly.
And you'd have Nintendo open, you'd have Fast and Furious open, you could probably have Fallon.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Because it's technically a new attraction.
Yeah.
And they can actually, hell, if they want, they can do a new film. Wouldn't necessarily be expensive.
No, not really. I think in every year that we introduce a new icon for the next several years, we introduce a new look for these icons, too.
Like the Caretaker, I think it's going to be more like a mix between a modern-day Caretaker and the classic Caretaker.
I just want to look like the Undertaker myself.
No, I think Cindy's coming back. I think we're actually going to be seeing a teenager Cindy.
That makes sense.
The director, I think, is going to be much more a clean director, but he finally made his masterpiece and he's going to premiere it.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The storyteller, I think she found the youth.
Yep.
And The Usher, I think it's going to be a direct sequel to Rip from the Silver Screens.
You remember how we keep talking about everybody wants to see The Exorcist?
I think that would be a really... Like, you reopen the Universal Palace Theater from the 1960s and 70s.
And you have The Exorcist be the main spot of the director's house. The Usher's house in this case. You make the Exorcist be the main high spot of a compilation house that involves the paranormal, and that would be your icon house for the director.
You meant The Usher.
That's what I meant to say, yes.
Yeah. And then you can bring back Halloween for whichever one of these.
I would say the director.
Yeah. And then 30 is the big year.
Yeah, 30 would be the big year for sure.
Which,
I don't know what the IPs for that year would be, but I think that 30 would honestly be a bunch of original content.
I think best 5 IPs, 5 originals.
Yeah, I can see that.
And all 5 originals are going to be based on the icons.
Yep.
So it'll be
That would be interesting. That would be actually really cool.
It could be very much an HHN Sweet 16. Like, they allow you to vote again.
Which I never got to see previously, so this will all be nice regardless, because this is all new territory for me.
You see her controlling every single string, and she has her own show, much like the Sacrifice, and mixing the Arrival.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. So you have the Terror Queen riding on her motorbike coming onto the stage.
Right.
She tells the stories of all these icons, and it starts off back with Jack, and then it goes da 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 da.
Mm.
And then it all finishes off with like a master sacrifice with maybe a random volunteer, much like what happened with 15.
And then they sacrifice her on closing night.
Yeah, ending the icons of the past.
And then 31 on, they either A, proceed with new icons and new concepts,
And
or
Legendary Truth.
Legendary Truth ends up taking over the rest of the event.
I think Legendary Truth will take over once 30 takes the play.
If they're going to go that direction, I think that makes sense.
Now,
And hell, they want. If they really want, they can bring back, like, it could very well be like a duo house. Like, you can actually redeem Lady Luck. I think there's a very well chance you can redeem Lady Luck if you bring her and Jack together.
She needed a casino.
And Jack has a carnival.
Yeah?
Put those two together, Circus Circus, a place of death and misery.
That's interesting.
Then the director and the usher mix the paranormal and mix the slasher. Caretaker and Sydney, Orphanage and Scream House combined.
Yeah, but there's a lot of really weird, like, things that don't mix between those two concepts, though. Some of those, like, I get some of them would work, but there's some things that you really would have to, like, twist the timeline a bit to get them to fit.
The storyteller, I think, would be by herself.
Now, here's a random question. Like, I'm worried that we're not going to see like another sacrifice show ever because everyone got really offended last year.
This year we're gonna get a sacrifice show.
What was the reason why people got offended? That's just my question.
It was logistics more
at.
than anything else.
Yeah, because the scare actors were all over there instead of in around the area.
Yeah.
It was a cluster because everybody was in the right area, and there's a scare zone that's there, and everybody's watching the sacrifice, and that basically gives the characters nothing to do. And plus, you have everybody going back and forth to the opposite ends of the park, and it just didn't work logistically.
Well, it's also that if you're going to do a sacrifice show, have set times. You don't just do a sacrifice show every hour because I'm not going to stay there for an hour waiting for it to happen and realize it's a 7-minute show.
Jack's rival show is going to be a version of Carnival Carnage.
Yeah,
but just like what's the word for it? Like re-enhanced, obviously. Like it's going to have a carnival theme to it. Now, a show like that's going to have set times in the map guide.
Because it's your technical second show, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But what about doing what they did in 2012 with something that I'd like to see return to the event eventually, and that are the lagoon shows? When you heard the lightning crash, you knew there was time for a lagoon show.
You know, if Iowa ever gets a lagoon show around the same time as Horror Nights has its 30th, which is very possible.
It's possible.
You could very well do 30 years of horror terror.
I really think that a Halloween Horror Nights icon theme and best of theme lagoon show this year would be a great thing to do.
Much like the director's cut in 06.
Yep.
But haven't they announced? The one in 06 was great, and they haven't done it since. So it would be like 10 years next year they haven't done a lagoon show. But haven't they already announced how many shows there's going to be? It's going to be 2. So it's either going to be Jack, Rocky Horror, or Bill and Ted.
Well, it's Jack and it's Bill and Ted, but Bill and Ted's never going away.
Never.
Yeah, but when that counts as one of the 2 shows, though, right?
Not technically.
Technically or not technically?
I think technically they can consider that not to be one of the actual shows. It's not a stage show. It's an occurrence, but it doesn't necessarily have to be listed as such. That's a way around it, but it's technically a show.
I don't see Rocky Horror coming back.
I'd say we if it does come back, I think we get a couple years break from it.
Yeah.
Bring it back. Okay, bring it back in 10 years when it's the 50th anniversary.
Yeah.
Well, what was everybody's response to Death Drums? I like Death Drums.
Some people like it, some people don't.
Yeah.
Although I would prefer Midnight Syndicate.
A lot of people would, and it would fit really well, and I know they did really well for themselves at Cedar Point last year.
Which makes me think if they go straight up IOA 26, they could probably get them.
No, I'm sure they could, but I don't know if they're going to try or not. I just don't know.
What do you think if the Doctor Doom closes? Do you think that'll have an impact if they ever go IOA next year?
I will be back. Give me a second.
I will say so because Doctor Doom just really is kind of just sitting there, and if they do anything with it, I really think that they can put something there.
And from what it seems, it's an Avengers Darkrai.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it's right by 2018 or 2019.
Yeah, it'll definitely be before 2020 for sure.
And that would be a massive people eater if they do it.
It'll rejuvenate Marvel Superhero Island too.
And the question is, what ride system would that do?
Well, I don't think it's something we've seen at Universal before. I think it's going to be something completely unique.
Do you think we're going to get the trackless?
That's a possibility. That's a really good possibility, actually, because I know everybody gives a lot of crap to Antarctica, and Antarctica sucks, straight up. But
yeah, that one didn't have the potential.
A trackless ride done right with Universal, with the Avengers theme, I think would work quite well.
Do you think it would be like a Justice League Battle for Metropolis then?
See, that's a possibility too.
Because I think they're going to watch this one, more or less.
I really think, well, see, the thing about it is I'll jump on the same bandwagon everybody else does. I blame Six Flags for this because I really wish instead of Marvel this was DC. I like the DC character. Well, okay, I just want Batman. I just want Gotham City.
I agree, but the thing is, it's too late.
I know. I understand completely because then you open up the floodgates for the fact that let's get the DC license and, oh, by the way, let's do Arkham Asylum now. Now we can actually do it.
That was one thing John wanted to do.
Yeah, I know. It'll never happen now.
I was about to say, you sound like John Murdy over here.
But, okay, let's say, the Hulk gets a retheme, gets a revamp.
No, it's not going to get rethemed. It's just going to stay Hulk, but it's going to get upgraded.
It'll get a revamp, okay. And I like Storm Force. I think I'm in the minority here, but it's a nice little flat ride that we can utilize.
I've said this once. It's going to be rethemed to Stark Industries.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. If they really want to go there.
Like the arc reactors.
Yeah, but I really think if they if they're focusing on the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I really think that they're going to hit a home run.
And what do you think it could be? Because there's Captain America's shield.
Yeah.
Then there's Scarlet Witch, which maybe you can actually have her.
Maybe.
Or Doctor Strange, actually, if you want to go really into it. You can
like I said, it's just one of those things. I think that Marvel Superhero Island is a really nice area, and I think if you add any new blood to it, I think it's going to just make things even better.
Then the rumors of Toon Lagoon.
Yep.
And apparently it seems like TMs are getting notice about Dr. Dudley Do-Right.
I have never been wetter on a ride in my life than Dudley Do-Right.
Would you be angry? Would you be sad if it goes?
For a personal reason that I'm not going into on this podcast for sure, since we're live, yes, but for most reasons, no, not really. We already have Jurassic Park. We already have a flume ride in the park. We don't necessarily need two.
Then, what do you think of the rumor of SpongeBob then?
I wanted SpongeBob and Kid Zone because I think you take the pizza company, you turn it into the Krusty Krab, and then you do a Bikini Bottom like playground area, and you have like a SpongeBob dark ride, kind of like Nemo. I think that
would be true. But here's the funniest thing. Get rid of Dudley Do-Right. That's a hell of a lot of space.
It is a lot of space, and that's why I think that everybody's saying that. I've been saying SpongeBob for Kid Zone for a long time, and because I think it makes sense because you already have the store pants there.
And now Parks Heartscope has basically said no. Nintendo's our answer.
Nintendo needs to be going over to. Actually, I think Nintendo would be better fit in Toon Lagoon.
I agree, but I think this is going to work out in the long run because Universal wanted this to be the replacement from the get-go.
Personally, I really wish Nickelodeon was still popular, so they would have went with anything Nickelodeon. But like,
You said that was a backup.
Toon Lagoon was supposed to be Nicktoons, and I totally would have dug that because I was a Nickelodeon fan back when I was a kid. I'm sure a lot of people were.
I personally think if this rumor is true, you can easily convert the River Rapids ride to
SpongeBob.
Love World and the Deep Bottom.
Yeah.
And then you could do a family dark ride using the Arthur technology from Europe Park, and then do a screen-based practical 4D dark ride.
Kind of like what Paramount's Kings Island used to have with the SpongeBob attraction they had.
But expanded upon and actually have a plot.
Yeah.
SpongeBob?
Welcome back, Tristan. Talking Universal rumors here on the Popcast now.
For real?
There really isn't that much more Horror Night stuff to talk about because we're still.
Okay, like I've been saying this, I think I'm going to stick with this. If SpongeBob's going to go to Toon Lagoon, I think you could possibly take Dudley and retheme it and do like SpongeBob and Patrick going through. I think that would be kind of cool. And put
I could see that, but Plankton is stealing the Krabby Patty.
Yep.
And SpongeBob needs your help, so he gets you on these waterproof these dry logs in a way, breaking continuity.
God, that would be a Ren and Stimpy ride if it was Nicktoons.
And then you can easily retheme that to Love World and the Abyss.
Yeah.
Like the facade. And then having projected imagery inside the some of the interior scenes.
I think Nintendo would probably be maybe the Mushroom Kingdom in Kid Zone and probably Hyrule eventually in Lost Continent. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Sorry about the Universal tangents. Just there really isn't that much.
I like talking I like talking. Period. As it probably appears because we've been on this call for almost over 3 hours now. Yay!
Wow.
Anyone that's listening right now, yeah, Powdered Toast Man, awesome. Anyone is listening right now on archive. I hope that you're getting this whole conversation because we had issues with the podcast for NXT on Wednesday and we missed nearly half of it. So hopefully you guys and girls out there are hearing everything we're talking about.
Like last time.
Aaron.
Yes.
Did you hear? You said you could hear the glitches with the podcast from NXT, and you didn't say anything.
No, I didn't say that. I just said I actually had made a mention about it, and I liked the comment. And sometimes, sometimes you could hear the voices going in and out, even with this call. But I haven't listened. I haven't watched it on YouTube yet, so I wouldn't be the judge of it. But I mean.
Okay.
If nobody
sounds good on YouTube, to be honest.
Sweet.
Yeah, nobody pointed it out on YouTube though. Nobody made a comment about it, and plus it's got over 100 views. So.
That's over. Okay, good.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, it cut an hour and a half of the conversation out. So I hope it doesn't do that with this one.
That's lame.
Yeah,
yeah,
totally.
that's crazy. Because I'm sure your YouTube account is set up the way it should be. You don't have 15-minute videos.
God, no. Anybody that knows me knows I don't do 15-minute videos.
Yeah, no,
I can't. Those are one of the longest things that you've ever done.
Those are really frustrating. I never knew you actually had to set up the YouTube account properly. That's why I have 2 YouTube accounts. One's not a standard YouTube license. Well, one's I got one more copyright violation notice, and then I'm done. So
that's not good.
You have a copyright violation? How the heck did you do that?
Well,
it's easy to do.
the name Mr. Entertainment's synonymous, and so when I go to concerts, I videotape them just like everybody else does.
Right.
And I get the copyright notifications, and nobody else does. So
I feel ya.
You know what's the funniest thing?
Go ahead.
You know how they reused that old Jurassic Park Jeep concept?
Yeah.
I'm thinking they're reusing that wind coaster concept.
Oh, the Amber Mine Coaster for Jurassic Park?
Yeah, and you know where I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it makes the most logical sense and make a nice family ride.
Yeah, well, it really would. And we don't have, because Gwazi is now gone, we don't have a wooden coaster in Florida right now.
Although technically they may not even do a wooden coaster and they just like make it look like a wooden coaster.
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, like California Screamin'.
Yeah, and have it actually go inside and outside mine, so
That would be cool.
Donkey Kong's country.
That would be really cool. Yeah, I would totally dig if they would do something like that.
And it seems like this is what's going to be for like Kid Zone.
And that
Pokemon
makes sense.
Pokemon's merchandise, Donkey Kong and Mario.
It's me, Mario.
If they don't do anything with Pokemon, I'm going to be completely confused because Pokemon is a cash cow in every way possible, and I really think something has to be done with it.
Oh, it'll come. You know it will. I think E.T.'s not far from this world.
Yeah.
If you get rid of E.T. and animal actors with the surrounding area of Kid Zone, with the playland and all that, you have a lot of space. Especially if you get rid of the parade building.
What about the old Hard Rock?
no,
Can you do anything over there?
just kidding.
Oh,
Actually, I don't know why it's still there. I really don't.
I remember going to it back when it was open, so I want
Wait,
to know if you can do anything
talking
there.
about? The classic one from the old 90s that got moved?
Yeah,
Crap.
because if I remember correctly, it's out by Animal Actors, and that used to be the exit to go to the Hard Rock and then come back into the park.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what you mean. And it got converted into like a stage show.
Okay.
Yeah, that I think is gonna go.
See, there's more space right there too.
It's almost it's larger than the Dagon Alley.
Yep.
And
Oh yeah, that's true.
Mario, I'm taking a guess in Mario Galaxy as a space fantasy coaster.
I think it's Mario Kart. Too many people want it. I think that they're going to do a Mario Kart. Have you done Disney Quest?
No, but I've heard about it.
Disney Quest has something called Buzz Lightyear Astro
I
Blasters,
heard about that.
and they basically have like balls that you like hover over in your vehicle, and you can fire them at other people, at other vehicles.
To me, I actually think it's possible of Mario Kart, but I think more or less that they want to do a full-length Mario e-ticket, they would go with something like a Mario Galaxy.
I just think that Mario Kart would be a lot bigger of a fan favorite attraction if they went with it. The problem is the technology I would like to see with Mario Kart is really what I want them to do with Fast and Furious.
And unfortunately, that will not happen.
I know. So you can technically still use that for Mario Kart then.
Hashtag only the wishful thinking.
EMV.
Yeah.
I would use the EMV technology from Transformers, Indiana Jones, and Spider-Man.
Yeah, but more Indiana Jones than Spider-Man.
Yeah. Have screens, though, because you're going to have them no matter what. And do something like a Man in Black. Mine those too. Make it like a Justice League.
God, you could turn it into you could actually, if you want to do Fast and Furious, you could use screens and turn it into a Wild Mouse.
Hang on a second.
Kind of like how Paramount used to do the Italian Job. That coaster.
That's an actual coaster? I didn't know that.
Well, it's not called Italian Job anymore because Paramount doesn't exist on theme parks, so
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know what it's called now, but it's something like that.
Cool.
It was themed towards the Italian Job back then. I don't remember what it's called now. But basically, we've got a lot. We don't really have a lot to talk about for the rest of the. So we're just talking about Universal now.
Why is he laughing?
Guys, it's just funny.
Real quick, I want to throw out a comment before I get going. We're not going to end the call yet, but I mean, I want to say one thing real quick. We were supposed to be joined by HHN Jack Reaper, which is my friend Cameron. He's going to be starting up Halloween Horror Nights updates very soon on his own YouTube channel.
Oh.
And I wanted to have him on here tonight for a cross-promotion. But he's having connection issues, so he will not be able to join us tonight. And same with First Class Horror. He had connection issues. Like he said, blame his crappy Irish internet. That was his word. So he will be doing a podcast in the near future, too. Don't know exactly when. I'll let you guys know. And I will be a part of that. And I don't know if he'll invite anybody else, but that's all I know at this point.
Invite me, because I am number one. Just kidding.
Well, welcome to the Halloween Horror Nights Updaters community, Cameron. So, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know when he's going to kick his channel off, or you just know he's going to do it sometime soon?
His message to me was that his update channel is up currently, and you can check out the preview. The video is supposed to go up this weekend at some point.
Speaking of that, I will be starting updating for Universal Studios Hollywood's Halloween Horror Nights and Universal Studios Florida's once Insidious for Walking Dead gets announced first.
Yes.
What happens if it's not announced first?
I'll still talk.
I'm just kidding.
It might be in poor quality, but I'll still talk.
Real quick, if you want to check him out on YouTube before you can subscribe to him before he gets started. It's under HHN space Jack Reaper, one word. HHN space and then the word Jack Reaper. So yeah, check him out, and I'll be a part of his podcast before too long, and I'm sure some of us will also be a part of his podcast as well. So
hopefully I might.
We will. I will talk. You could talk to him and.
He has 1 subscriber, 1 video. His video's up, and make that 3 subscribers now.
That's right. So everyone go follow him. He doesn't have a YouTube.com/HHN Jack Reaper yet, but I have a feeling that'll happen eventually.
I already like his video.
Because
I didn't find the video.
Because I was just looking for that actually, and it said not found. I'm like, uh-oh.
I just found it.
Okay,
Can
wait a
you
minute.
give me the link on Twitter?
What?
I'm trying to find it. I'm really trying to find it.
HHN News and Podcast, and then a bunch of footage. The Haunt.
Yeah, Tristan, sent him the link on Twitter.
Oh yeah, I'll send the link on Twitter. Here you go.
Yeah.
We can talk about this off camera. No worries.
Oh, you really want to start?
And more. ...
As long as you smoke more Jack's crack, I won't care.
So, Alex, you're going to be doing your own updates very soon?
I will be starting it off once Insidious or Walking Dead or whatever house gets announced first.
You know, I'm gonna start updating once Freddy vs. Jason's announced, so you know you can catch me there.
You know, I'm almost tempted to turn on the camera.
I know, right?
The last thing I did was the Horror Nights Wrestling Connection video.
By the way, what the hell is that about?
No, you don't understand his carny ways. That's why.
What is that about?
It's about life.
We'll talk about this off camera. Basically what it's about is taking what has been rumored and trying to connect everything involving Horror Nights this year in Orlando to wrestling.
It's pretty carny, dude.
Yeah.
I saw the whole thing. I was just like, wait, what the
But if you don't understand Sir Owen Disney, Sir Disney here, you just got to understand this guy's a very crafty guy, okay?
That's the reason I broke all of Murdy's code names last year, and now they're even 10 times harder this year.
Yeah, and hopefully...
It's funny because you made his code names look so easy. So yeah, that's the connection, guys. All right, cool. I'm like, what the hell is this, dude? It took me like ages just to freaking get to the first step, and here you are, you're like, oh, yep, that's it. That's
Oh,
it.
by the way, can we quickly talk about something?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Seems like that Mummy might be going by the next year or two.
Who, what?
Mummy might be going to Hollywood in the next year or two. this is what Val Alverson kind of said. Universal Art and Design is starting to look into developing Diagon Alley. And from what it seems, people are suggesting that kind of know a little bit of this internally are saying the Mummy might go as part of the lower lot redo. And we might be losing a house.
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
Well, to be honest right now, there's the rumors of 22, 25, and 27 possibly. And then there's rumors of 33, 36. So that really adds some extra questions.
Wow. I did not think about this.
There could be a change.
Well, I know there's going to be change for sure.
But it's not necessarily going to be good.
No, the thing is I don't understand how they could just do like, we lose a house, right? So they do 9, for example, and then we go back to 8.
We might actually lose a way to get to the metropolis.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Are you sure you're not smoking that Jack crack?
Oh, here we go again.
No, I'm actually not, dude.
Are you really sure?
Oh, I'm sure, man.
There.
I'm just hanging out with the director, though.
Nice job, Aaron. Tristan,
Wait, Aaron. You guys will start calling me Kristen. Hey, Kristen.
Oh God. You said you're hanging out with the director?
Yeah.
I did that last year. He's a jam-up guy.
I know.
I'm being serious. Vic knows what I'm talking about.
He upgraded his camera, though, for sure.
Yeah, and not in the best way.
Yeah, basically, Vic is saying, and I actually do tend to agree with this, J.K. Rowling does want a distance between Hogsmeade and Diagon, so it'd be more, like, true. So I don't think Diagon is going to fit in Hollywood.
Yeah, but once again, there's the idea of, like, Falls Lake and the Lorelei. And J.K., sure, she has the rule over everyone else, but she does have to realize, how is she not going to make more money?
It depends on how it depends on how well Fantastic Beasts does. Honestly,
The thing is,
I
I
don't
don't think Hollywood will get Diagon Alley. I don't think they have enough room, to be honest.
With the Lorelei redos, you know it's going to change.
But I don't know. Damn it!
Think about it.
Damn it!
Think about it. Right now, Universal is at that prime of expansion, and they'll do anything in their power to get what they want.
Yeah.
true.
So, they could make a deal with JK.
Yeah, but I don't know about that.
Yeah, see? I don't know.
Wait,
I don't know.
Money talks, but I mean, the good thing is we've done so well with Hogsmeade and Diagon both that we have a proven track record to see what we are capable of.
Also, look at Beijing.
Yeah. Oh my God, yes.
That's short.
Stay here. Just kidding.
That is a short distance from Hogsmeade to Diagon.
That's true.
Like, that's just not exactly. That's shorter than what it would be for Hollywood.
Yeah, in essence, with distance, that would probably be correct.
Because you think about it. Really? And I think they finally reached a deal to where they can get it shorter, but it took all that time to where Diagon had to impress JK.
Maybe.
You have to impress J.K. well enough to allow something that big to happen. And they kind of did.
Yeah, to say the least.
And especially with two of the most elaborately themed theme park lands in under 2 parks. With one of the most beautiful modes of transportation to get to both locations. You feel like you're in the film.
Yeah, I agree, but nothing is... I mean, it's not a guarantee yet. Nothing is a guarantee until everything is completely built. I mean, that's just concept art right now.
True, but as it stands right now, it seems like they're really wanting to do this.
Yeah, but if JK says, when it comes down to it, it's not far enough away. The only way we could do this is if you guys would get a second gate, which I don't see happening.
No, because the golf course.
I could see that happening. Just kidding.
The golf course is not our friend.
No,
Golf course is not our friend.
It will never be our friend.
not unless we burn it.
We find him repugnant, not appealing.
It's like it'll be there right there waiting for you.
Dude, I mean, come on. We walked the back lot to the Metro sets. We could always go over there.
Well, Chucky's right there waiting for you, right at the liar.
Dude, come on. We could cause havoc.
God.
Hey,
Release the dogs of war.
Oh, God.
Talk about real dog war.
God.
I'll be like the only square out there. Like, yeah, we want the golf course. Like protesting.
You know,
Like when Kevin Smith was actually protesting against Dogma.
which would you rather won? Seriously,
What?
which would you rather won for the University of Hollywood? Nintendo as a major land or Dagon as a major land?
Well, you already know how I stand with Nintendo, so.
What would do better in Hollywood, though, honestly?
Yeah.
Well, what would be? I mean, I honestly, that's kind of hard to say.
Both would be capacity nightmares.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you're not necessarily leaving that behind.
True.
So you're saying is there more Potter fans or if there's more Nintendo fans is what you're asking?
Well, there's a lot of pot fans in California.
Yes, yes, there are.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Okay, I'm just
You're not. No
There
one.
no, but I think Potter is definitely would be a huge success, no matter what, for sure.
Now, how big success would?
It would definitely be a huge success, for sure.
No, I'm talking like if you were to guess, would it go larger than Orlando, larger than Japan? Japan's pretty high.
Is Japan better or higher than Orlando?
In attendance.
Yeah.
Well, then
Yes.
I'm gonna have to go with Orlando on this one.
The funniest thing is,
Watch you just lie to me. No, I'm just kidding.
everyone is underestimating the local. Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, Potter had its movie fans, but that all died down. Now,
What are you talking about, Willis? I'm a huge Potter fan, dude.
Well,
No, Potter's not died down at all.
No, dude. I'm a huge Harry Potter fan.
I've already seen Potter, like the British, like they've already loved what the Universal's done. But now,
Are you calling out Dr. Jimmy?
you got the LA local.
Oh.
Let's not do that.
I agree.
Wow.
You got the LA locals. They're a different beast altogether.
Literally. Freaking Jack. I'm sorry, I can't take anything serious right now.
Nintendo has a better track record. I understand that 100%. But Nintendo is unproven in a theme park space now.
I honestly do think, though, to answer Owen's question on a serious level, if Digon or Nintendo, I think Nintendo would do better.
Overall, yes.
Yeah.
But
Just for the fact that
and
it's just so much of a everybody knows. I mean, everybody knows Potter, but everybody knows Nintendo, and there's just so many classic things that you could work with. So come on.
But you also have to remember, the rumor is that all these Nintendo lands will launch like simultaneously in a way.
Well, Hollywood's
I
first.
can't see
Just kidding.
Yeah,
Like-
Hollywood's first.
Yeah, dude. Other
Like,
than that, I'm
The
moving.
funny thing is that Orlando's is expected to get kids out in 2018. Hollywood, some people are thinking might be 2018. And Japan, we still got that second gate. The question.
I don't think they're going to open in the same year. I think there's no way that's going to be, unless they make it there that way specifically, which is possible. I mean,
Or University of Japan just does something that's with the Wonderland area.
I think Japan is actually. I think Hollywood is third. I think Orlando first, then Japan, because Japan's going to be where. No, it's because Japan is going to do a lot with Nintendo. I mean,
Oh yeah, come on.
Japan is going to do a lot with Nintendo.
I mean, it's Japan. It's Japan. Come on.
You're going to see the best. I honestly think you're going to see the best bang for your buck when it comes to Nintendo in Japan.
I think Hollywood may be the place.
Freaking Vic, I was playing Mario.
Oh my god!
I was playing Mario and you. I still can't read it.
I'm not going to say it. You can.
I was playing Mario.
Oh my
God. That's like Tristan. LL, I'm so old.
Dude.
Vic, don't forget I'm older than you are.
Oh Jesus, Vic. Like, make me die, dude.
By the way, Tristan, you were supposed to send that video.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I didn't send it on Twitter. My bad.
Now, Express Pass again.
Yeah, we can talk about it.
We really want to talk about that?
Let's just say right now, the last thing I'm going to say about the ticket prices, number one, don't believe anything until you see it officially, even though I would prepare for sticker shock because it's going to happen.
I just tweeted the link, so all you guys that follow me on Twitter, go check it out.
Cool.
As like nobody follows me.
I feel bad. I feel like I should send followers your way now.
I know. Just kidding.
Well, you've got a lot on Universal's plate right now, and there's still a lot that's not even close to being announced yet. So, I mean,
like by the end of the month, we're going to get another announcement by Universal.
Volcano Bay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Volcano Bay, or they announce what's replacing NASCAR, but I think that may wait until later on in the summer.
No, TM's got told it's Volcano Bay.
Okay, that makes sense then. That's what I was thinking it would be.
Cabana Bay.
Volcano Bay.
Oh, Volcano Bay.
Volcano before anyone else.
But okay, here's another question that we haven't brought up, and I don't know anybody that's brought this one up yet.
Sure.
What do you think the admission for Volcano Bay is going to be? Do you think it's going to be you're going to have packages with your hotel, with your room ticket?
I'm gonna sound like a complete noob right now, but what the hell is Volcano Bay? Volcano Bay.
I'll show you in September where it is, but it's the new water park.
Okay, because I have no clue, and dude, I have no clue what the heck Orlando has. I'm serious.
I will show you.
I'm gonna go in, and I'm gonna feel like a little kid, dude. I'm gonna be like, wow, look at this place. I just want to stay here.
Yes.
Like freaking in Willy Wonka's factory.
I think, Volcano Bay, you have the option of, is it going to be with tickets, with package deals that you have with the room? I would say probably a great tie-in to Sapphire Falls. Or...
I think we're going to get multiple news, actually, by... When is the end of the month? Yeah, I think next week we're going to get a lot of Universal news.
Next week is Volcano Bay. Next week
is Insidious.
I think Insidious is announced next.
I knew it.
And I honestly think at this point you announce something else that has not been officially announced yet. I think it's a smart time to announce the NBC Media Lab because it hasn't even been mentioned yet.
Here's what I think. First off, I think they're going to do some Sapphire Falls news.
I'm curious for that one.
On Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
Okay.
Wednesday, I think the NBC Sports Grill and the Media Lab, possibly Fallon.
I think Fallon waits till next year.
Okay.
Personally, that's just me.
I'm saying maybe.
Okay.
Thursday, we wrap it up with Volcano Bay. And what I think Volcano Bay is going to show, 2 concept arts, maybe 3, and the logo.
When do you think NBA is announced?
Wait, the NBC?
NBA?
NBA City.
Oh, the closure?
Yeah.
Mid-August.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, honestly.
Because it's the NBC Sports Brew is supposed to launch when? September?
Yep. It'll be open for Horror Nights because they can't not afford to have it not open for Horror Nights.
Much like what happened with Cowfish.
Yep. Because you need a location, just like with NASCAR, you have so many people that were there to drink and watch sports, and that's the same thing NBC is going to do, and it makes perfect sense to have it open for Horror Nights, because then you can promote Horror Nights on the big Tron outside.
And you can
Yes.
get more drunk after Halloween Horror Nights.
Speaking of that, do you think we're going to get the return of the Archway video side?
Archway videos and banners, I think both.
Because there was a little line that came out today. I'm back. Fuck. It's like, it makes me, because it was like done on Vine, so it's the approximate height of a video screen.
Play that on a loop over the archway, I could see that.
And have it be like him showing some of the acts.
What about like a small merry-go-round or like a...
No, they did it fine for 2007. I think more or less we're going to be dealing with a steampunk themed circus.
Banners throughout all the archway of the different houses, like has been the last several years.
What do you think going to be shown?
What do you say?
What do you think is going to be shown on the Archway banners?
I predict this in November, so I'm going to go with it. It's Freddy and Jason facing off. Ghostface. The old lady from Insidious. The burnt walker that was promised. Hopefully we'll actually get that this year, because I know that the effect didn't work. Because I know we were promised actual walkers that were smoking, and that apparently the effect didn't work, so we got it scrapped. Werewolf. I would say the A-Will logo. I would say that's probably a guarantee.
With the werewolf on top of it.
Yep. And I would say, oh god, how many more do I have? How many more do I have?
Here's what I think.
Now, how many more do I have in the location? Because I lost count.
Well, I was talking about like the big archway, like because there's usually like 3 or 4 banners. Like,
I think it's all 5 IPs and a big like combination of all the icons together with Jack in the middle.
The center, I think it's going to be some sort of. I do agree that maybe nice time to do like a ticket booth in a way.
Yep, I can see that.
A carnival themed ticket booth, but steampunk. Which I think this is what the theme of the event's going to be in a way. Because it kind of showed a little bit in the teaser logo, like the main logo.
I love that logo.
It had a little bit of steampunk elements.
Yeah.
Much like Giggles and Gore. Actually, this might be a good idea. What if Run's kind of a sequel to Giggles and Gore?
Well, there was the rumor that they were going to have Giggles and Gore as a trilogy.
It would make sense.
I like the idea of Chance being in charge of Run.
Yeah, and would actually allow the need for Giggles and Gore to have a sequel.
I would definitely love that.
It would be logical. The center will be Jack,
Yep.
like showing off all the acts of horror. Then with like a big, scary, like all the monsters coming out, like horror montage, and killing someone right at the end, kind of like how the Usher did, like rules. Um, the first two on the left and the right would be The Walking Dead,
Yep.
the left would be Freddy vs. Jason.
Mm-hmm.
The second one on the left and the right, the left would be Insidious, or actually, the left means Scream Face.
Yeah, for Ghostface, yeah.
The right could be the old lady. Then the fifth and the sixth. The left could be the werewolf,
Yep.
and then the right could be possibly Alice.
See, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking Alice would be a part of it, too.
Yeah, I think Alice is going to be the one on the far right. And then all around the area, there'll be like carnival-themed tapestries all around the streets.
And then you go into the actual, Jack's Icon House, Jack's Crack Shack.
I don't think we're gonna get like a classic icon mixed house.
We're not. We're gonna get that best of house that everybody keeps talking about.
What would you think would be for the anniversary house?
One of two things. Either we focus on icons of the past, or we focus on houses of the past.
Vic, Jack's Crack Shack 3D.
It's going in Shrek Theater, confirmed.
Confirmed.
Jack's Crack Shack and Shrek 3D, 4D, confirmed.
Oh,
My
goodness.
God.
This time is real.
This time it's really real. And since it's the Crack Shack, and I brought up the reel, and we talk about the reel, we can have the Iron Sheik as a special guest in the house.
No.
Vic and Aaron will get that joke.
Which Aaron?
That's a good question. Sheiky Baby and Jack the Clown and Jack's Crack Shack 3D confirmed.
With a bay at the end.
Yeah,
With the face.
Jeez. Actually, wait a minute. What if American Werewolf is still on the Archway tapestry?
It's at Volcano Bay.
No. Like 1, 3, then Alice.
What if Werewolf's not on there at all?
Yeah.
It's possible.
Like they can show Run and they can show Alice on the far left and right.
You know, the good thing about that would be, honestly, was that means that anybody that's not paying attention, some people, not everybody and not very many, but some people would go into that event, look at the map for the first time and say, American Werewolf's back? Really? Let's go there now.
Yeah, which actually...
That's a great idea. So that makes perfect sense, too.
Well, the thing is people, if American Werewolf in London does come back, essentially, if people went to Orlando to see it, and then they went to Hollywood to see it, and then they can go back to Orlando to see it, that's 3 years seeing American Werewolf in London.
Yeah, we said this.
That's freaking rad. I mean, I could say that with The Walking Dead, but nobody cares, so...
Yeah, I think this is going to be the case, and American Werewolf won't be on the main sign.
You don't promote it at all.
No. And
I mean, they could bring back the shirts potentially with the 25 logo on the back.
I think the shirts, the shot glass.
I think bringing back some merchandise for American Werewolf for sure.
The shirts will come back no matter what.
Yeah, I mean the shirts are epic. I love my shirt, man.
Yeah, I love mine too.
I think it would be cool to bring some new merchandise too, though, that we have not seen.
Okay. You want to talk about merchandise?
Yeah.
I want that logo.
Just kidding.
I want that logo on a shirt.
You're gonna get that logo on multiple shirts. I got a feeling.
What? A will?
No.
A will.
Okay.
Just kidding.
You got a house shirt. You got a Jack shirt with the new logo and with the new design of Jack. You've got 2 Walking Dead shirts because you can't get rid of it. You got a Freddy vs. Jason shirt. You've got a Ghostface shirt. And I think you get an Insidious shirt because we didn't have a werewolf shirt until you guys got it. So I think you guys are not going to have an Insidious shirt until we get it.
That makes sense.
I say you have at least you have 2 new vinyls.
All right.
I think one may end up you'll probably go with some sort of I would say an icon vinyl. I would say maybe the Caretaker, because I predicted that for this year and it didn't happen. And one other vinyl that I'm not sure what it would be yet. 3 lanyards, one of which is the regular lanyard, one of which is the themed lanyard, whichever IP they want to do, like a Freddy versus Jason lanyard, if they really want to do that. And the third one would be a special one for the anniversary.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Those sell fast. If you're going to Holly Horns, buy them early, because those sell fast.
The annual pass holder pins sell the fastest.
Do you think they're going to have, like, the vinyl figures of Jack back? Like, a new look of Jack?
I almost guarantee it.
Oh my god.
Because
Yes.
they had Chucky last.
Well, who cares about Chucky? I'm just
You can
kidding.
still buy Chucky right now in the studio store. At least you could the last time I checked.
Yeah.
So that's I'm looking for merch.
Classic Jack look for, like, the vinyls.
The new Jack look for vinyls makes sense.
Updated.
Yep. And the other one would be, I would say, either the Caretaker or
The director.
maybe the Director. Possibly.
The director.
I think the director and Ella give us a sign for next year.
Why can't we get Jack and Chance as the vinyls? That'd be awesome.
That may be actually really a good idea. Maybe have them both be like a package.
And that's actually a good idea. And my big thing I really want to see, I want Bill and Ted vinyls next year as the package, because I think Jack and Chance start out with your package. You have Caretaker and Cindy as a package. You have the Director and the Usher in a package, and then you have Bill and Ted in a package. And that's what they would sell for vinyls. That way you can get more bang for the vinyls. You can charge more that way too.
I have a feeling with the Icon House, you're going to get a little teaser too.
Next year?
Yeah.
Yep, I think so.
And what do you think that teaser is going to be?
Wait, what are you saying? The teaser of JK?
If the Caretaker comes back.
Oh, I thought you were saying the director. I was like, well, the
I mean,
teaser would be like.
Back for next year.
I could just picture like the teaser, like going going to like old footage, and then upgrading the graphics card to HD.
Dick wants Freddy versus Jason vinyls. I got no problems with that.
I think we're gonna get another like relive the past 25 years of Horror Nights.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And right at the end, much like what happened in the original, we lived the Terror 24.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of Jack, the director,
Caretaker.
Caretaker and Cindy.
Yep. I think the Caretaker. Okay, if you want to talk about the best of the Anniversary House, whatever you want to call it, Hallowed Past, Horror Nights, Nightmares 2, whatever you want to call it, I think it ends with the Caretaker, and that's our hint for next year.
Yes, I think so too. Because you think about it, who's the next logical icon for this event?
It's got to be the Caretaker.
And if because
And with Cindy.
And the thing they have to consider now is the 2-park or the Islands of Fear situation.
I say it's the Caretaker. We get, like you said, a redo of Scream House, a redo of the Orphanage, but do it right this time. That's for you, Vic.
And Islands of Fear.
It's gonna be an IOA, and I think that you focus on Sinister and House of 1,000 Corpses for next year.
I think you guys are going to get 8 houses. The rides will be enough.
But I do think those two would fit a death theme
How
here.
cheap is that? Go from like 9 houses to 8.
Well, 8 houses, the rides will fill this. The rides will legitimately fill the bill.
Yeah, you're right.
8 houses and IOA with Kong and Spider-Man still running. Yeah, we'd be fine.
And Hulk.
And Bill and Ted and Toon Lagoon where it belongs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Vic's right. They're gonna sell Ghostface masks too for sure, and I think they probably sell Jason masks as well.
That would be really cool.
I agree, House of Dead Corpses. I think one more IP.
Sinister, House of 1,000 Corpses, and
The Walking Dead.
that would fit the death gimmick completely.
And they can easily convert Marvel Superhero Island into Walker City.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
They could. I just don't know.
The question is, where would they locate the house? If it'd be located there.
For a Marvel Superhero Island?
Yeah, and if it's The Walking Dead.
The answer to that is what I was saying before. We do it at the Carnage Warehouse, and then you take it down right after Horror Nights is over.
I could definitely see that.
Yeah, I agree. Then with Shoes Landing, you bring back the two lovable characters.
Treeks and Foons?
Yes.
Yep.
Toon Lagoon, I think, is going to get like a stick twisted tale of Scary Tales again.
I think we get another Scary Tales house. I know that it sounds like we may get Scary Tales in another form this year, but I think we get another Scary Tales house to tie in with that as well.
I think Scary Tales is going to be like a scene and a hint.
Possibly, yes.
Mixing those two together, saying, hey, we're not done yet with Scary Tales.
Well, it's too bad we couldn't use Stephen King for that year, too. That would be a really nice thing to use, but not next year.
I think we're starting production on it next year, actually, so that's the problem.
You still have to deal with King, regardless. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen another way. What would fit the other death theme?
Sleepy Hollow.
Maybe, but that's not exactly a IP. It's more of an original story.
Yes and no. You could theme it
if they go
really wanted to. I would really like Silence of the Lambs. That'd be nice.
That would be a.
That seems more of a director type thing.
Yeah.
Or maybe the Usher.
The Mist would be good too for Stephen King.
That's not bad. What about The Fog?
Did I hear Stephen King?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
No, my mom is just asking a bunch of questions like, you guys still live? You guys are still live? Yes, we're still live.
And we still have viewers, so that's all that matters.
I know, that's all that matters.
At the 4-hour mark.
Almost there.
I could talk all night, dude, seriously.
I'm not
sure if I can.
Wow.
I don't know, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, don't worry. After we end this call, we can talk a little bit longer. I just gotta get something to drink first.
Yeah.
That's cool with everyone.
It's not cool with me, man. I'm gonna go chill with Jack.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Michael Myers returns, part of the death theme.
What other IP could work that's death related?
The Undertaker. The Undertaker returns. No Mercy 2.
That's true.
I don't know. It's not an IP, but the Bio Bloodhouse.
Oh, wait, The Conjuring.
I do think The Conjuring's next year anyway, so that makes sense.
That's death related.
Well, how does Trick or Treat fit in death?
Stories of people dying.
Because right now, I think Trick or Treat is probably earmarked for next year.
I think it doesn't matter for Trick or Treat.
Did you just say you don't care if Trick or Treat comes?
No, I think it doesn't matter.
I was about to legitimately rage quit right now.
I'd be happy as a cucumber if that ever comes.
Yeah.
Happy as a
What?
I'd be happy as a man that just loves that. I really love Trick or Treat. Just like.
Okay. Scream House, Orphanage, done differently, obviously, and with the new look of Caretaker and Cindy. You have Scary
James?
Taylor.
You okay there, James?
No, I got something in my throat.
No.
Caretaker is much more mixed within modern and classic.
When was the last time Caretaker's been featured at the event?
20.
Oh, okay.
20. Because everybody was a 20.
I think we're going to get...
Apparently not me and freaking Owen.
Excuse me.
Here's what I think is going to happen. Scream House, resurrected.
Yep.
The Orphanage, Ashes and Ashes, they all fall down. Or they just... The Orphanage, they all fall down.
Sounds scary.
Cindy would become much more of an older character. I think probably around the age of a teenager.
Like a bratty teenager,
Yes,
but
and
evil.
yes, very much like a Carrie actually.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Sleepy Hollow
Yep.
as original.
Mhm.
The last original IP would be a Scary Tales, and they would go off tangent about some of the live action retellings. And
I think Bayou of Blood would be an original.
I think that's going to be saved for Storyteller
That does make sense.
because the mama is more legend than death.
True.
IPs: All Thousand Corpses,
Yep.
The Walking Dead,
Yep. The Conjuring.
Sinister,
Yep.
The Conjuring, and if possible, if they can do a nice house in a soundstage, I think.
Pennywise.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we'll get
Pennywise.
these again.
Yeah.
Trick or Treat.
Yep. The only thing that you didn't mention that I would have probably thrown in there is Poltergeist.
No, I think Poltergeist.
Speaking of Poltergeist.
I think Poltergeist is for the director of the Usher.
Yes, I think so too. Conjuring deserves more of a house, and so does Sinister.
Yep. Sinister definitely deserves a house, without a doubt.
And Conjuring, you could do a lot.
Especially because you'll have the second movie out by then, and forget Annabelle even exists, but with the first two Conjuring movies, we can actually make a really sweet house out of it.
And you could possibly do like an original story based on one of the cases.
Yeah, you can go into the Warrens cases and make like an original Conjuring house.
Like, or add that as like a middle way between first and second.
Then obviously you do Bill and Ted.
I think Midnight Syndicate is a possibility.
I am not sure. I think it's a great idea, but I don't think Universal has really thought about it.
I
like
think
they
it's
should.
possible, and I think it's going to be something on their mind. I think some sort of stunt show will go into Sinbad. Like a horror-themed stunt show.
Van Helsing?
Maybe. Yeah, actually, yeah, that would work.
Maybe Van Helsing for Horror Nights?
I think that'd work.
Or maybe like a darker Beetlejuice show.
No.
I'm not talking the Graveyard Review. I'm talking like a Beetlejuice, like a variety show.
Yes, I know. I think Van Helsing would work, given the Lost Continent. Yeah.
Yep. Bill and Ted and Toon Lagoon.
A stunt show in Lost Continent.
Yeah.
The Conjurer is the Doubt, the Tomorrow Doubt.
It's where The Walking Dead goes.
Yeah. Toon Lagoon, Popeye, I'm thinking that's going to be Scary Tales.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Jurassic Park could get Sinister.
That's actually what I was thinking, really. Weirdly enough.
Science Theory could get...
The Conjuring, maybe?
Vic says Beetlejuice needs to be a house.
Yeah, I said that for a long time, Vic. Beetlejuice does need to be a house.
I think the Science Theory actually stays closed.
Beetlejuice.
I think they could use it for a house location, though.
How would they do it, though?
They've done it. They've used the Discovery set. Well, no, sorry.
Oh, the orphanage.
Yeah.
They could use that as the orphanage. Then soundstage houses.
No. What about House of a Thousand Corpses and Poseidon's Fury?
No, I think you would have to do something behind the building.
Then House of a Thousand Corpses has to be a soundstage.
Yeah, I'm thinking the orphanage is going to be a Science Fury.
The Conjuring is a soundstage.
Scream House is a soundstage.
Yeah. Trick or Treat is definitely a soundstage.
That's about it. The lineup.
Yeah.
that it be all themed around death.
Yep.
You could have an opening ceremony where he does a heart cavity kill, much like the original.
Why can't he? I don't know how you could do it logistically, but why can't he bury someone alive?
I think there's going to be like tormented people all around the area.
Mm.
Maybe they could do just like some sort of interactive thing, like you can sign up to do it, and they would actually put you on a slip.
Like Fear Factor?
Yes, and you would actually be able to become one of the caretaker's victims for a short time.
You have to sign a waiver, you have to sign your life away to Universal, but you can still do it.
No, well, like they can actually pretty much do like something like what they do with like Fear Factor at IOA.
Pizza.
Tristan has more pizza.
I do. I'm sorry.
Have to be like a signed waiver, and it seems like he killed you, but in reality you didn't, and you go into like a backstage area, and you would possibly get like a little express coupon just for one house.
I like the death theme year. I think that we've come up with a quite an awesome year. Hopefully someone from Universal is listening to make this happen.
Hopefully. I think no matter what, death's going to be the main theme of the year.
Mike Aiello secretly listening. Sounds like a plan.
Well, this year's chaos, so I mean, it makes sense for death to be the next year.
Yeah.
And then 13 is 27 is sacrifice.
Freaking thick.
Director, usher, storyteller. I mean, this is going to be fun if this actually ends up going this way. Now, granted, this is just the musings of us, but I mean, who knows? What if it happened?
I mean, ultimately. Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna say, ultimately, like, you know, if people have a demand for something, they're gonna try their best to do that. So, if a lot of people are agreeing with us, start freaking spamming Twitter and make it clear that you want to see this. And when you see Mike or whatever, and you want to see these things happen, you gotta let them know, because that's ultimately why they do Halloween Horror Nights, is they do it for the fans.
Right.
Actually, the funniest thing is maybe you can do like a trick with like HHN30. Here's the idea. What if they announce first, like, Fear's coming back, but he's not, after all?
Yeah.
So it's like, you see Fear already right from the beginning of the advertising, like maybe November 29.
Freaking dick. I'm sorry.
Okay. And a new site would be added, showing, like, the lantern.
No.
But
go ahead.
Here's the thing. Over every single month, the lantern would evolve into would start to form into a new shape.
Yeah.
A shape that is
a triangle.
The sign of a crown.
Mm-hmm.
And come early June, you get a video. And it tells about Fear's worrisome of his changings.
That'd be kind of cool, actually.
Yeah.
And Fear's a big part of the event.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question about it.
Yeah.
What if you start to see changes into his appearance?
Into what he actually looks like?
And he transforms into her.
Yep.
He transforms into the true power of the darkness.
And we see the logo of Terra Quintus.
In mid-July.
See, I freaking love how Orlando actually has a story.
Yeah, that's true.
Freaking Hollywood, I'm just going to get the rights to that property. Yeah.
I think next year we're going to start to see a change.
You think so?
You'll get at least 2 originals next year, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So you think it's going to be intellectual heavy? So you think it's going to be IP heavy then, for sure?
For Hollywood, I think 5 IPs and 3 originals for next year.
Wow. I'm wondering if Hollywood will get 2 originals this year, though.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, one of them has to be Dark Christmas.
Well, that's the thing. I know Dark Christmas is coming. Um, my predictions is obviously Insidious, Freddy vs. Jason. Um, I already said Insidious, didn't I?
Yeah.
Halloween for sure.
Yep.
Dark Christmas being the original.
Mm-hmm.
This Outside the Box property, I have no clue what that's going to
I
be.
think it's horror related, classic horror.
The Outside the Box?
Yeah.
But I just don't understand why Murdy keeps on, well, he not keeps on saying it, but he specifically said it's not classified
Yes.
as horror.
But classic monster horror from Universal isn't technically horror.
Nope.
It's sci-fi, it's fantasy, it's drama.
True.
That's why I wanted to see the Universal monsters in the Terror Tram.
And if this is like an anniversary Terror Trim and a send-off with a guinea,
Yeah.
then this will be the year of the classic monsters, the year where John can finally rest easy.
Well, we know John loves the classic monsters, and who doesn't? But, John has a really good, rich history with the classic monsters. Just him growing up and just, that's the main influence of what got him into horror, especially Frankenstein.
And especially if it's his last year, for like a big creative director position.
Right. Look, you got to think on those lines, and that's true. I mean, we could definitely be seeing classic monsters at the event, and I do think we definitely will be seeing them in some shape or form. If it's a scare zone, if it's a maze, whatever, I definitely...
I think, though, next year will be his official last year as worker for Horror Nights.
He'll step away completely, not doing anything else?
Yeah, I think Trick or Treat's that last one.
It's possible.
It's all possible, yeah.
He can't really get Exorcist, so...
Give it time. I don't think he's going to get it, but I think we'll get it eventually.
I think Mike's going to eventually get it. But not
Mm-hmm.
him. I don't think him. So I think John's kind of realized that for the time being, knowing hell that's going to be happening.
I think I'm like the only one that wants to say, "Leave John alone."
You'd be like that guy on like YouTube. It's all crying. Leave
Yeah.
John alone.
Who was that?
Who was what? Leave Britney alone? Is that what you're trying to say, dude?
No. Leave John alone.
That was Mr. Entertainment.
Yes.
But seriously though, classic monsters are definitely going to be featured at the event this year. I think we all have a gut feeling that it's definitely going to happen in some shape or form.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, at least one classic monster, but I think definitely we'll be seeing more than just one. And ultimately, the way that you can combine that is either do a house similar to House of Horrors with all the classic monsters, or you could do the Terror Tram and bring all the classic monsters that way, or do a scare zone.
Real consultant for the classic monsters.
Say again?
Who's the real creative consultant for the classic monster department?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
That's the question that I really take in matters about that.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know who that would be considered at this point.
Because, I mean, we know that, we're not... Scream's most likely not coming to Hollywood, so I'm trying to think of what will fill the Scream spot. Because we definitely know Insidious will be shared. We definitely know Freddy vs. Jason will be shared.
Halloween's going to fill that bill.
So what will fill it? Because my predictions right now are definitely going to be Freddy vs. Jason, Insidious, Halloween, the Outside the Box property, Dark Christmas, a 3D musician-based maze, and possibly another original concept. That's what my predictions are.
I thought a musician, but now I'm not thinking that anymore.
I don't know. Murdy seems to really love it, and he always tweets that he loves working with rock stars. And
yes, but he also does realize the last time he did that wasn't exactly
I don't know though. The people that the Clowns 3D did really well, even though a lot of people like ourselves, the real people, that actually understand what's going on. It was not good, but if you look at the ratings, people loved it. I'm being honest. A lot of people love Clowns 3D. So Murdy's like, okay, a lot of people liked it. They liked the idea, so why not do another 3D musician-based maze? And I honestly don't think Murdy will stop doing 3D musician-based mazes until he works with Kiss. That's my opinion.
Then do you think
Until he works with Gene Simmons, that's it. Because I know he wants to work with that, and I think, doing a, similar to like Clowns 3D with like a carnival type thing, clowns.
Psycho Circus.
Yeah, there you go, perfect.
Here's the thing.
I could totally see that happening.
If this is the last year, this is the year for him to finish up any loose ends.
That's the truth, and if we know...
One thing in particular, I think we all need to look at if 3D Rocker House is coming.
Alice Cooper?
He needs to finish that trilogy.
Yep.
He said there's a trilogy.
Well, this would be the year to bring it back.
Well, there's the rumors that everybody's talking about and kind of laughed it off. Said, obviously there is a big rumor right now that we're getting Alice in Wonderland. What if Hollywood's getting Alice Cooper in Wonderland?
And that was the big thing that when I heard about it, like the leak, and that's what I was thinking. It was just like, well, what happens if Hollywood's doing this completely? It's just Alice in Wonderland, and that's been the rumor that would be the theme of Alice Cooper if it returned. Alice going through Wonderland. Essentially, that's what I've been hearing. That would be the rumor of the theme of Alice Cooper. So I was thinking, well, that could be the case, but essentially time will tell, but I don't know.
Okay, so Alice Cooper has a new album coming this year.
See, that's the thing. You have to look at musicians that are going to have albums releasing this year, and then that's the way for him to promote their new album.
Which is essentially why I think they pulled off.
I mean, Alice Cooper could work if he has a new album out, and Kiss is on tour for 2015.
There's Iron Maiden, too, and they have a new album and a tour for this year.
See, and that's even a bigger thing, but,
Of Universal, I think John Murray's done after this year, for the most part, so he needs to finish up loose ends.
Well, we'll see, because, I mean... yes, we all think he's going to leave, but, he might just be like, I'm going to stick around for a good 5 more years. He might go 5 more years and then...
I doubt it. He has 2 kids he needs to take care of. He has a secret project right next, and we don't exactly know what that's going to be entailing.
No, but I do think, to be honest, with this whole horror-themed land, I think John Murdy has a lot to do with it.
So that's why he may need to leave.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, essentially, because they need to start working on the project, and we know John Murdy's creative director. He's been creative director on a lot of things in the park, and he's done a lot for the park, so I can't see him not working on a horror land. Him being the creative director for Horror Nights, come on. Why would they not ask him to be a huge,
So that's why I think they're having a new creative director.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think we're gonna have new management for sure coming in for a creative director and things like that.
Which worries me.
I don't think so. I just think it's gonna be a new person, but he's just gonna still do the same legacy for John Murdy that John Murdy's been doing.
But the thing we have to look at first is, I'm just saying this. I think all scare zones for the upper lot are done. I know, it's hard to say it, but just like...
Say again?
All scare zones for the upper lot are done.
Yeah.
And in turn, I think the house in the Persian courtyard is going to get a lot more quiet.
Yeah.
And the reason why is that I think they're finally going to I think they finally settled an agreement. And I think the agreement entails this. No way in God's name will anything horror-related be close to Hogsmeade. So that already eliminates the Purge.
But I mean, that's so, I understand what you're saying, but, I honestly don't think Hogsmeade will even come to Hollywood. That's just my opinion.
No, I'm thinking they're gonna have Potter open.
Yeah. No, not during Horror Nights. No way.
No, I think so.
No chance.
No way, dude.
Losing foot space.
No way, dude. There's just no way in hell they're gonna open Harry Potter during Horror
I
Nights.
hope you're proven wrong.
I hope so too, because
But seriously,
no, hard feelings here, but there's just no way, dude. Like, seriously, there's just no way in hell that they will open Harry Potter during that time.
yes,
Harry Potter being the most anticipated attraction for Hollywood for many years now, and
yeah, but then you're not going to be dealing with, hey, wait, all these people are gone. I can go in. What happens when they just come in the Horror Nights and they become disappointed that, oh wait, Hogsmeade is closed?
That's the point. They want people to be disappointed, so then they can buy the general admission or the normal price during day operations.
That's a major loss, though.
Not necessarily, because people are like, well, you're paying for Horror Nights. You're not paying for Universal.
You'd also be using the fact that you would not be able to have two attractions that would be able to be open for Horror Nights crowds.
I understand Harry Potter would just be a huge, huge thing, but Horror Nights tickets, that's a completely separate animal, and it's a completely different thing compared to day operations during Universal time. Yes, I understand what you're saying, because that doesn't make any sense that they have other rides open, but why would they not have Harry Potter open?
And they should have everything.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I completely understand.
They're not.
I understand where you're.
Those next year, we're dealing with another problem.
Well, I mean, it definitely will eat crowds for sure, because you have to think it opens in the summer, and then Horror Nights is shortly after that.
Actually, no. Hogsmeade is supposed to open by March.
Of what? 2016?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I buy that. They want to get that open as soon as possible.
Yeah, and on top of all that, they are going really fast to the point where now they've actually shortened even the pass holders to even February.
Holy crap, okay.
Yeah, so they're going to start soft opening probably around February, and then they're going to open
True, yeah. They'll probably do an official announcement in, March or so. Yeah.
And you have that live stream.
Yeah. I just can't see it being open during Horror Nights, though, due to the fact that it's the newest attraction and it's the most anticipated attraction, minus, like, Fast and the Furious right now at the moment.
But I still don't...
I just don't know how, because I understand where you're coming from.
When it opens, but it's like...
I completely understand where you're coming from, because, they open up all the other rides, but they're not going to open up Harry Potter.
And Potter's a people eater.
No, it is, but essentially, you have to look at it this way,
No, it may actually shorten Horror Nights' maze lines.
It might shorten it, and it might increase it, because people are going to go, oh wow, hey, I get to experience, Potter, and then I get to experience Halloween Horror Nights at the same time. So now more people are going to buy tickets, and more people are going to go in, because they're like, most people don't go to Universal during the day. Most people will fly and experience Horror Nights, and that's that. They don't go to Universal, not unless they're planning a vacation, like similar to what me and Owen are doing, or we do Universal and then Horror Nights that night or whatever.
Yep.
But most people, if they just go for Horror Nights, they're just going for Horror Nights. They're not going during the day to Universal and all this stuff. So if they know, hey, I get to experience everything I get to do during the day, and plus Horror Nights, more people are going to buy tickets. And especially knowing that Potter's open and they get to experience Potter at night and everything like that, different beast, completely different animal. And I think we're going to have worse crowds than we've ever had, and I'm being honest. Because once the word gets out, Harry Potter's open during Horror Nights, you got to be kidding me. Everybody's going to freaking flood.
Yeah.
I agree wholeheartedly.
So yes, there you have to look at it that way. Well, that's realistic. That's honestly the way it works. So that's going to bank more money for them. So essentially, will they do it? Most likely, because that's just how businesses are.
Mm-hmm.
But I just can't see it actually happening due to the fact that it's the most anticipated attraction, and they want people to experience it during day operations only.
So we also have to take into account there's a larger local crowd than what Orlando would have.
True.
This is larger than tourist.
And, with Harry Potter being, barely open after Horror Nights next year, because Harry Potter opens up, it's only going to be barely opening. I don't know if they'll be wanting a bunch of,
If
Horror Nights
anything,
people running through. Because to be honest, Horror Nights crowds are very rowdy. Very rowdy people.
Are.
Very rowdy people. And I just don't know how Universal will like that.
they may have to eliminate the use of alcohol in Hogsmeade.
Well, even if you eliminate it before then, people are going to get jacked up before they get in the park.
True.
They can't stop that. People are going to get, toast before they get in the park. There's a bunch of bars on the City Walk and clubs.
I just don't understand how this could work because it's like you really. I see the real benefit of having Hogsmeade open.
See it on both ends. I see where you're coming from, like completely. I understand, but you have to look on it as different perspectives. You have to look at it in other people's eyes as well, because if you're picking, if you're putting a discussion in, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're discussing this. You have to understand both sides. That's just.
And I do. I really understand.
Yeah.
This may be a really bad move on Universal's part if they do this.
It might be, but maybe not.
But once again, this
because when Harry Potter opens, right, it's gonna be a new. It's gonna enlighten a lot of people. It's gonna enlighten the crowd.
A lot of time for people to live.
Correct. But the problem I'm facing right now is how are they going to do a lot of the scare zones, and how are they going to, deal with the new themed land and controlling people in the new themed land. You would have to hire more workers during that time to operate all the things during Potter.
Same thing with Diagon and using King's Cross Station to transport back to Iowa.
Yeah, you need to hire more people to obviously be in running all the operations during the day. So you're hiring day people, and then you're hiring more people to work the night shift for Horror Nights. And instead, normally they would just hire people way less, because obviously Harry Potter's going to offer so much more. But then again, you have to think Springfield's opening. That will be open during Horror Nights. I'm pretty damn sure about that. I think Murdy confirmed that Springfield will be open. So again,
but they won't use anything from Horror Nights in there just because of the contract.
True, and that's what I'm saying. I wonder if the contract will be the same way for Potter.
Although you're dealing with different territories.
Yeah,
the only time you'll get to see Harry Potter will be during a regular park operation.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, the thing is, here's the funniest thing.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Here's the funniest thing. If Potter opens in March,
yep,
which seems like it's going to be, you already have a lot of time for people to come to the park.
Yeah.
And technically, it is sort of a dead season in September and October.
It's a dead season during the day, but during haunt season, no way it's dead, dude. That's when they bank their money, and that's where they basically reimburse it, because Horror Nights right now is getting so popular. It's getting more popular every year.
But the quality's starting to go downward.
I guess, but I'm not really worried about the quality because they know you're still going to bank thousands of people every night. Hundreds of thousands of people every night. And that's hundreds of millions of dollars just ching, 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 ching. So it doesn't really matter what they do. They know they're going to bank people in.
Whether or not they want
I don't think quality has to do with anything about this because, they're just going to, they're going to do what they're going to do, and people are still going to show up.
The funniest thing is that...
But, again, you have to look at it at a different aspect as well.
We want to wrap up?
Yeah, it's not I'll say right now, and I agree in this situation, there's no way Potter's going to be open during Horror
I
Nights.
know, but it's like
Yeah,
I
I
would
just
do
can't
it
see
and
it.
try to figure out how.
I just cannot see it. There's just it's more. You just have to do so much more. Dealing with Potter and all this
Here's
stuff
my last
opening.
question.
Sure.
Next year or this year,
Mhm.
are we going to? I think this may be the year when we might actually see a downgrade in Universal.
Like in
2010.
oh, yeah.
Here's my reason. So let's get started about this. 2014, we had Despicable Me.
Right.
It was a nice redo. It costed a little bit more than what it would be because it was installing a new ride system into the building.
Right.
Two iterations of the ride system. Then, 2015, this year, let's start on the obvious. We have a multi-million-dollar finale to the studio tour,
Yeah.
which is supposed to be costing a lot of money. A lot. So, I'll be willing to take a guess, probably around 150, 220
For
cost of making the attraction.
I don't know. I have
Because
no.
you're dealing with a lot of effects that aren't for a typical studio tour attraction.
Yeah.
Then we have Springfield. Lord
Right.
knows how much money that was spent.
Yeah.
Next year, almost $1 billion of capital will be spent on Potter.
Yeah.
This is going to cause some cost budget changes.
Well, I think that's why they're cutting back on the premium pass for people to get free parking and all that stuff and discounts.
That is, they're supposed to launch a new one right before Potter launches.
Well, yeah, but at the moment they know that they need to bank in that money at the moment for people to pay for the parking and all this stuff because they need to gain that money back. And you have to think, how many other people show up by car, that's a lot of people there paying $20 pretty much to park.
And now,
That's,
Horror Nights. Let's look what happened in 2010.
Sure.
Shall we? We had all these returning IPs.
Mm-hmm.
We had Saw, we had Freddy, we had Jason.
Right.
Freddy and Jason are similar in this aspect.
Yeah.
Now we have Halloween returning, which I'm actually thinking it's probably going to be like the same iteration of the old Maids, just redone within larger space.
Yeah.
Then you have Insidious, which is going to probably just do 1 or 2 scenes redone or added.
Uh-huh.
And then The Walking Dead, Lord knows what happens with that. Freddy vs. Jason, that'll be the only big house.
Yeah.
The Classic Monsters, if they come, is another story.
Well, time will tell.
Then the original maze. How much would it cost for La Llorona to be built? That would be a good question to ask.
Oh, we'll never know.
Because
Yeah, that's a secret question.
yeah, because
The sacred
that
question you
cost
asked.
a good amount of money for the puppets.
Oh yeah, a lot of money is being spent, no doubt. But
And if they do Dark Krampus,
right,
then you will have to have a few Krampus puppets,
I guess technically sure.
and it could cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Then we have the Rocker Maze. Now,
Honestly, the 3D rocker maze ain't gonna cost much. They're just gonna reuse the same stuff that they have been using since the first time they did Alice Cooper Goes to Hell 3D.
true, but still, you have the problems. Like, how will that work? Because you're dealing with some, like, where it would go, what size.
Well, I think it would just be going downstairs into the Mummy. I think that would be an awesome place to put Alice Cooper if it comes back, or the 3D rocker maze or whatever. I think that would be awesome.
Then we have
Because that's the only place I can see it actually fitting.
Then we have the scare zones.
With the scare zones, I don't know what the themes are going to be. I can't tell you. I don't know.
And
But
it's already an interesting move that they're already done.
yeah, so I mean, we'll see.
So they're going to be kind of cheap.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me, but
And John did say that the Terror Tram was kind of done also around that same time. That was kind of fast.
oh, I mean, the Terror Tram's going to be done because it's most likely The Walking Dead, to be honest.
Which is unfortunate.
That's why I was saying in our other podcast a while back, I said, if the theme takes a while to do the Terror Tram, that means it's going to be something new. If it's John Murdy says I'm working on the Terror Tram, and then a few days later Terror Tram's done, that's The Walking Dead, I can guarantee.
Oh, he's praising it. That's the question of the day.
I promise you that. So, all right.
That's all I really want to say real quick.
Yeah. I am, you got anything else, Owen, or are you good to go?
I think that we've discussed a lot of very interesting things tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah, we're going to have a timeline.
Yeah, we went through everything.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, volleyball, too.
And we talked about Universal in general, which is something I enjoy doing as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Aaron?
next time we can do more than just Universal.
Yeah, no lie. Aaron, did you enjoy yourself tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. Halloween Horror Nights is one of my favorite things about Universal. We all wait for it every year, and it just seems like when it starts and when we're there, it just seems different. It just seems like a whole new park, a whole new experience every year, and it feels like Christmas time. When stuff is revealed every time.
Yeah.
And I will say right now, hopefully there was an issue I found out with the Google Hangouts from Wednesday. That's the reason why the problem happened. Hopefully this almost, I say over 4-hour podcast is now available for everybody to see.
Absolutely.
And
If we're sorry, we're not sorry, and it's a problem that we have to embrace.
and this isn't the last time we'll be doing this. Oh no, the next time that we get more information, I'm going to guess probably sometime in early June we will be doing another one of my podcasts. This group works very well.
2 weeks from now. I'm willing to take about 2 weeks.
I think a little bit longer. Give it maybe about 3 weeks or so, almost a month, I think.
Yeah, because I think we need to digress that. Okay, we just had Jack the Clown, and the numbers come out about how much stuff is going to be at the event this year. So let's digress that.
True, but if they announce Insidious, then that's going to be...
Yeah, and we'll just take little things, like just take a bite at the tree every, once in a while.
And we can also do like a Universal podcast too, talking about the new stuff coming. I got no problem with that.
I'm down with that.
Mm-hmm.
So we will also be joined eventually by Cameron and by First Class Horror, and we have a couple others that could be joining us eventually. Homemade Haunt wants to join us.
Vic.
Oh, that might be fun.
Vic, yeah, that's a good idea. If Victor wants to join us, he's more than welcome to.
Come on. Don't be lame. Join.
We can get Aaron.
Which Aaron?
One of the Aarons. We got 3 of them now.
I know, for real.
We legit have 3 Aarons.
You, Aaron.
Yeah.
3 Aarons, wow.
And of course, I'm sure they're going to have podcasts very soon. I know that me and Tristan are doing one with James soon.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
That's your response to that. We'll have some fun with that one for sure.
No, we definitely will. I mean, I'm looking pretty stoked for that. We'll see. He called me. I talked to him like 2 days ago, and he basically told us that he wants to give his take on Jack the Clown and all that stuff. Because obviously he's out right now, doing his personal stuff. So
yeah.
So expect on James's channel some Jack the Clown stuff and getting his point of view if you're interested in that, and then, of course, hearing me and Owen's opinions on Jack probably 3 times, 4 times.
Yeah.
5 times.
Yeah, 5 times, 6 times, whatever.
We would also love to have Vic and John both to join us, so you invade the podcast very soon.
Absolutely.
It'd be a fun time for everyone, and a sad time for the world of the underworld.
If you're not a Horror Nights fan, you're not a Universal fan, you're gonna have absolutely nothing to talk about for a while.
Oh, Vic said.
Yeah, well, there's the crappy Disney one.
Vic said he'll join the Bay.
Sweet. Hey, honestly, I'm thinking like maybe on location podcast, possibly at Cabana Bay during Horror Nights.
I am so down. Seriously.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely down with that. Because I definitely went to Orlando. I have a lot of like cool videos that I kind of have planned in my head. So
Yep.
So yeah, I'm really stoked about that. So it would be really cool to do live right then and there. That'd be awesome.
I think that's a really good possibility. We could do it like from my room. We could do it from your room. We could do it from. Yeah, we'll have the electronics, so we could possibly do it from the park itself. So we're gonna have some fun this year.
Absolutely, I'm really stoked. I'm really excited, and I hope to see the Bay, Vic.
Quick, one of you guys go over to Diagon. Be Seth Kaburski.
Honestly, I'll say right now, and we're gonna talk off camera. We're gonna talk off camera in a few minutes, Tristan.
All right, sounds good.
I cannot wait to see Diagon at night because I've not seen it at night yet.
Are you guys cool. Why don't you guys just do like an HHN podcast on like one of you guys are in Diagon and talking for like a short period of time?
We could possibly do that. I think I'm definitely gonna do my videos for sure.
Like the news and be like, "Hi, I'm Tristan, and I am at Diagon Alley."
I need Celestina video because I really don't have any yet. I need to get some this time.
Yeah.
And it's like you guys are talking. It's like, wait, what?
And who knows? Maybe Tristan and James will join for a sip and snack or two.
That'd be pretty cool.
Sip and snack special guest. I think that may happen.
Popcast from the Bay.
Popcast from the Bay. You know it.
Got it.
Live from Galaxy Bowl at Cabana Bay. You can hear people hitting pins in the background.
Right?
Can you guys hear us?
I'll be like, strike! Gotta strike, son. 9:40.
Not here. It's not.
I know. Yeah, it's 9:40.
So, real quick, thanks to everyone for joining us tonight and getting us to. We actually hit the best viewership we've had on a podcast yet, but it's Horror Nights, so what do you expect?
Right.
Great.
I'll think it's harder.
Yeah, we've done really well, and we will look forward to the podcast from the Horror Nights Updaters.
Yeah, babe.
And we look forward to the obviously us being a part of various podcasts for the next duration.
Yeah.
I'll be doing something within the loop before too long. I don't know exactly when that's going to happen, but I'm trying to work it out so everything works out. And yeah, we got a lot of things planned. Should be some really fun videos coming up and some great live streams. So check those out. So, as always, as I do this every single time, real quick, Aaron, before we go, Aaron, where can we find you on social media?
You guys.
Which Aaron?
What?
Mr. Entertainment.
Oh, yeah. As always, you guys can find me on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram at Mr. Entertainment92. Also on Vine and Livestream, Mr. Entertainment, and as well as on YouTube, Mr. Entertainment.
You have a Vine?
Yes, I do.
Do it for the Vine.
Alex, where can we find you on social media?
Well, you can find me first at Jack Scrag, and then at Alex Official on Twitter. I will be in the next week or two. I will at least have a new YouTube channel for all Hornets updates.
Cool.
Sounds good. Just keep us up to date so I can do a mega shout out.
Join the massive amount of updaters we have now in our group here.
That's good. We need more, dude. More.
Tristan, where can we find you on social media?
I don't have social media. I'm like antisocial. Just kidding. You can follow me on Instagram at TristanBTD, and you can follow me on well, I was about to say Twatter. You can follow me on Twitter at HHMFanboyI6, and that's pretty much all my social media.
Like the Pop Facebook fan page at Suro and Disney Pop, or search for Suro and Disney and Pop. Follow me on Twitter at Suro and Disney, and you can friend request me on Facebook if you'd like. It's Owen Disney. And if you want to email me for any reason, you want to be you want to chat with me, talk to me, meet me at Horror Nights, you want to have me be a part of your podcast, theme park or wrestling related, you're more than welcome to email me, siroandisney@gmail.com. So, as it's almost 1 a.m., thank everyone for joining us for the duration of the Popcast. And thank you on both coasts, both East and West.
And a big thank you for Owen for inviting me. I had fun talking about Horror Nights, as always.
It was a fun time talking all things Universal, all things horror, even actually delving into ideas for H10 26.
Yeah, even talking about the Bay and all that. Sounds good, man.
To be honest, I have a feeling a Universal podcast is coming up very soon. Doing a Universal podcast, I think somewhere once everything starts to get announced, I think that once we get a big group of information, I think we could definitely do a podcast on that.
Oh, absolutely.
And we could actually cover most of the Universal's park library.
Yes, exactly. So that being said, I want to thank everyone, all the guys and girls out there for watching.
Mm-hmm.
And
may I steal the outro?
Go ahead.
Be sure to steal Jack's crack for us.
Perfect.
Catch you later, audience dudes.
Yeah, dudes.
Brilliant.
Yeah, dudes.